Oh, aye, please. So can we take our seats? Okay, that's 10 o'clock, and so welcome everybody, and if I can start with the customary announcement that draw your attention to the meeting is being filmed for live and subsequent broadcast via the Council's internet website. Should be aware that the Council is a data controller under the Data General Protection Regulation and Data Protection Act 2018. Broadcast meetings to fulfil our public task obligation to enable members of the public to observe the democratic process. Data collected during this webcast will be retained in accordance with the Council's published policy. Generally, the public seating areas will not be filmed. However, by entering the meeting room and using the public seating area, you should be aware that you may be recorded and images and sound will be stored as above. Children will not be filmed, although sound will be heard. Members are reminded that the cameras are activated by the sound system, must switch on microphones when speaking and off when finished. And I'm the worst culprit for that myself, so I need to remember as well. So that takes us to, with no apologies, as far as I know, or substitutions. So that takes us right on to the order of business.
Thank you, Convener. So item 1, order of business. There's no change to the order of business circulated. I just advise motions and amendments have been circulated electronically to members and are available to view by members of the public on the Council's website alongside the papers for this meeting and also part of the live broadcast function. They include a Liberal Democrat addendum submitted in relation to item 8.1, physical activity and sports strategy, and an amendment by the Conservative Group in relation to 10.1, motion by Councillor Staniforth, Edinburgh's Christmas. And this will be considered under section 10 of the agenda. Item 2 is declarations of interest. The Councillor's Code of Conduct requires members to declare any interest they have in items being considered at today's meeting, and these can be financial or non-financial. Do members have anything to declare?
Councillor Staniforth, we'll go that way.
I suspect Councillor Osler's may be the same, but I'd like to declare an interest in items 8.1, 2 and 3 as a member of the Board of Directors of Edinburgh Leisure.
So I'll jump in there and say, yes, I'm the same 1, 2 and 3 as a member of the Board of Edinburgh Leisure, but also 8.4, Capital Theatres. Councillor Osler.
1, 2 and 3 for me.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I'm 8.4 as well, non-financial for being on the board of Capital Theatres.
Councillor Manish-Meakin.
And myself as well, Capital Theatres Trust.
Okay, item 3, deputations. There's been no deputation request. And item 4.1 is the minutes of the Culture and Communities Committee of the 10th September 2019, and this is submitted for approval as a correct record.
So is that approved? Okay.
Item 5.2 is the rolling actions log. The committee is asked to agree to close items 5 and 14 and to otherwise note the remaining outstanding actions.
There is a slight amount of overlap with at least one action between the rolling actions and the work programme, but do people note the rolling actions log. Yeah.
Item 6.1 is the Culture Bulletin. The committee is asked to note the items detailed in the Culture Bulletin.
So is that noted? We'll always let that one pass without comment, but it is worth mentioning that you know, it's a unique way of doing things from the last brought in originally by cultural communities, and it's a way of noting things that would otherwise be routine reports, but actually it's also a way of putting in things that are happening that are relevant to this committee. So I think it's fantastic and really like it. Councillor Arthur.
I just wanted to note that on the first page you've got brought in walking netball, considering one of the strands that we're looking at is participation of females in sport and bits and pieces. I was really, really pleased to see this was front and centre on our bulletin.
Councillor Don.
Just to echo, Convener, it's an excellent report and it really is well put out, and I wanted to thank the people who done it.
Don't want to over-egg this, but it's also available on the Culture website, so it's freely available as well. So another step forward. Any other comments? So is that noted? Thank you.
That takes us on to the presentation section of the agenda. Item 7.1 is Edinburgh's Christmas and Edinburgh's Hogmanay briefing on 2018-19 events. Can we invite Charlie Wood and Ed Bartlam of Underbelly to come down to the vacant seats?
So you have 10 minutes to address the meeting, and then we'll have up to 10 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you all for letting us come and make this presentation. The purpose, my name is Ed Bartlam, and this is Charlie Wood, we're the directors of Underbelly and Edinburgh's Christmas, Edinburgh's Hogmanay. The purpose of this short presentation is to report to you really on the 2018-2019 events, but also a brief look forward to this year's events. We are acutely aware of the ongoing debate and focus around this year's event in Prince Street Gardens, and we understand the need to look into that in detail, but we also think it's really important to recognise the positive impact of the winter festivals and the winter events, culturally, commercially, socially, particularly given the recent press and public focus on Christmas. Last year was Underbelly's 6th year producing Edinburgh's Christmas and our 2nd year producing Edinburgh's Hogmanay for the City of Edinburgh Council. And we're very proud of the developments and changes that we've made to both events on behalf of the City and the Council. Proud of the creative and cultural changes that we've made, proud of the creative collaborators we brought on, proud of the collaborations with existing festivals like the Book Festival, and very proud of the enhanced community and free benefits. In terms of the popular success, we really do believe that the figures are very compelling. Edinburgh's Christmas attracted last year a footfall of 4.2 million people to its sites. We welcomed 900,000 unique visitors and sold 771,000 tickets to shows, rides and attractions. Importantly, over 186,000 of these were to EH postcode discount tickets, showing that 31% of our total visitors were local Edinburgh residents. Edinburgh's Hogmanay attracted just under 184,000 visitors to events, with just over 88,000 tickets sold, and 25% of these sold were to Edinburgh and Lothian residents. Last year's independent survey found that 96% of locals said Edinburgh's Christmas was an important reason for visiting the city centre, and 58% of non-locals said it was their main or only reason for coming into the city centre. For Hogmanay, 71% of visitors said that Hogmanay was their main reason for visiting Edinburgh. And we think that these percentages and figures prove that these events are hugely popular with local Edinburgh residents and visitors to the city. It's also worth re-highlighting the results of the 2017 Independent Economic Impact Report provided by BOP that showed an economic impact of £39.2 million for Hogmanay and £113 million for Edinburgh's Christmas. So just to be clear, this means that there's an extra £152 million is being spent in Edinburgh at the time of these events and as a result of these events. Myself, Charlie, and our team at Underbelly have made great efforts and taken huge pride in how we've tried to develop the community engagement and benefit aspects of both of the events. There are two important sides to this, obviously. There's the commercial and economic benefits, and there's the social and cultural benefits, and we take each one equally seriously. On the commercial side, the total cost of these community benefits in 2018 and 19 was £642,000 for Hogmanay and £534,000 for Christmas. Just to clarify what this means, these are the cumulative costs to deliver free events. That's including artistic programming, staffing, production. It also includes the face value of any free tickets that we gave away and any other charitable donations. Last year, Edinburgh's Christmas, we gave away more tickets than ever before, 26,741 to be precise, and we gave these to local charities, community groups and food bank users. The other commercial aspect to the community benefits that I think we Underbelly have been bad at highlighting is the actual cost to Underbelly, as opposed to event funders like the council. So, for instance, Light Night in 2019 will cost us Underbelly £168,000 to put on here in its new position on the Royal Mile. It's very rightly a free event with no commercial income and no funding, but it's also not a contractual requirement for us to deliver the event on the scale and the quality that we do. So we do that at our cost because we think it's a vital part of Edinburgh's Christmas, and it's vital as a local free a community event for families. Message from the Skies is another example. The citywide free event we created for Hogmanay will cost £168,000 this year. £18,000 of that will be unfunded and at our cost. And also we have a new event for Christmas this year called Community Christmas, which will completely be at the cost of Underbelly, which is £23,000, and we'll talk a bit about that in a minute. But all of these events we want to do, so it's by no means a sob story, but we just wanted to highlight the cost that we Underbelly are incurring on these vital and important free community events. From a cultural and social point of view, our free community events have given children a platform to exhibit art in iconic parts of their home city, Winter Windows. They've allowed hundreds of young people and community groups to perform on stages in front of thousands of people, like Light Night. Given locals and tourists the opportunity to explore iconic buildings and locations in Edinburgh, 24 Doors of Advent, and we brought world-famous Scottish authors like Val McDermid, William Dalrymple, this year Irvine Welsh, together with dramatic and famous Edinburgh locations in Message from the Skies. And this year, the launch of Community Christmas, we're going to be bringing live projection, choirs and celebration to 12 local Edinburgh communities on 12 different evenings in 12 free events outside the city centre before Christmas. As we hope you are aware, the current contract with us to deliver both events provides a material and significant reduction in council funding and expenditure. To put this into perspective, Edinburgh's Hogmanay's budget increased to £4 million last year, and we've made major improvements and invested more in the content and expanded the programme. But we've managed to do this with 38% less public funding than in 2016-2017. The council currently receives a saving of approximately £1 million per year compared to the previous event contracts. And just to break this down, there's firstly a net saving of £815,000 in fees and subsidy paid per year. So this accounts for the fees paid by the council to Underbelly as the contractor, but also now fees paid by us, Underbelly, to you, the council. There's an increase of £33,000 in site rental fees paid by Underbelly per year, and there's also a further saving of £167,000 to the council by transferring the cost of licensing and police costs to us, Underbelly, the contractor. We think this is all very positive. We think it should be celebrated. We think it should be championed. Edinburgh gets 2 world-class events and is yet making a saving over the 5-year contract of £5 million, and we think this is good news. We also, though, have to highlight, as we have done previously, the fragility of the contract. Hogmanay still runs at a deficit to Underbelly. It makes no money. It loses money as an event. It therefore represents an investment made by Underbelly. And over the last 2 years, that investment now totals £322,000. We'd like to highlight the increased artistic and artist spend on both events, which has helped to develop the cultural vibrancy. This year's Edinburgh's Hogmanay will spend £850,000 on artists, from bands and DJs to street performers. This is actually an increase of £330,000, or 64%, on the 2017 event. We are hugely grateful to the Place Fund, additional funding of £136,000, which does contribute to this. We also spend now £900,000 for Hogmanay on artistic and broadcast production for the street party, be it the revamped light and design or the sound design or the live screening that we do over screens throughout the street party arena. And both events, of course, are substantial employers to the city. Last year, we directly employed 297 staff for Christmas and 521 staff for Hogmanay, and there were a further 1,621 staff indirectly employed, excluding emergency services. All of our employees, as they always have been, continue to receive the national living wage, regardless of age, and with no zero-hour contracts. And finally, must just highlight the media and social reach of these two events. Last year, Edinburgh's Christmas achieved 247 pieces of print coverage and 390 online articles. It was unanimously mentioned in all of the myriad of best Christmas roundups in national papers and magazines. And the website, the Edinburgh's Christmas website, received over 5 million page views. Hogmanay received even more coverage, with 1,630 pieces of print and 1,885 online articles. And as the Edinburgh Evening News highlighted recently in September, it was also recently came #1 in the top 50 best festivals in the world, as chosen by the travel industry Bible, Big 7. So that's just a brief summary of last year's event, and thank you very much for listening, and we're very happy to take any questions.
Councillor Staniforth.
Let me begin by saying that I don't think anyone here is against the winter festivals, and indeed think the winter festivals are a very great thing for the city. But I do have to wonder why this summer your contract was extended by 2 years, because you said time was of the essence, effectively, that you needed that decision very quickly because of the changes that have happened to Princes Street Gardens. I just have to wonder, why is time of the essence when extending your contract, but when it comes to getting planning permission, you're seeking it finally after the event's shut down? You know, why is it when it comes to following the council rules, you seem incredibly tardy?
I think strategically, I think this goes back quite a long way, 3 or 4 years to when the NGES works were first announced. I think strategically, all parties could have come to a solution sooner. I think that the council and we have worked very hard practically to essentially ensure that we can still bring Edinburgh's Christmas to these gardens. The engineering work to that has been substantial. We proposed a solution to the council in April this year. The engineering reports are substantial, and they run to hundreds of pages. And that work wasn't signed off until the 12th of October, and it was at that point we are able to apply for planning once we knew how the scheme was actually kind of formed.
I'm sorry, but as someone who was formerly on planning committee, I reject the idea that you couldn't have at least put in a planning permission in principle application. Why didn't you?
To be clear, we didn't know until the 12th of October, until the scheme was signed off, that we had an Edinburgh's Christmas event. I mean, we didn't. If we weren't able to actually build the scheme in these gardens, which from an engineering point of view wasn't signed off until the 12th of October, we didn't know if we were going to have an Edinburgh's Christmas event, and it took until that time to be able to engineer it and propose it and have it agreed. The south side of the gardens which are being used also weren't signed off until that date either. We didn't actually know in any way really until that date what Edinburgh's Christmas exactly looked like.
Sorry, but once again, from my experience on planning, I can tell you lots of people put in planning applications without knowing for certain that they're going to build something. You knew you were planning to build something there, even if you didn't know that you were definitely going to get the engineering report. Planning permission in principle would have been perfectly possible to ask for, and yet you didn't. Why not?
So the application will be to build the East Prince Street Gardens platforms and to use the south side of the gardens. Neither of those things were confirmed until the 12th of October. So, I mean, the scheme, I mean, it was either asking to build a few huts in an empty garden, or it was to build a platform which wasn't signed off in terms, I mean, there's 4 or 5 platforms in the gardens. Were we going to have 4 platforms, or were we going to have 5 platforms, or 1 platform? Were we going to use the south side, or all those things were completely undecided. There was no scheme to apply for until we knew how it looked.
Councillor Ray.
I have a couple of questions, but to get back to that issue, any organisation that big that is planning an event that massive would have contingency for various different events and various different outcomes for things. And I find it absolutely breathtaking that you had no contingency for anything. If you didn't know how many platforms, if you didn't know the size, you would have had applications ready with different options. And they would have gone forward at the correct timings, which you knew. But my questions actually are on different things. You've given us a very excellent and wide-ranging rundown of your costs, but you haven't at any time explained to us what your profit margin was, so I'm quite interested in that. And I would also like to know if you apply the Festival Fair Fringe Charter to your working practices.
Absolutely. Edinburgh's Christmas does make a surplus. It doesn't receive a fee or subsidy from the council, so that surplus is confidential to us, but I think what we've tried to show today in detail is how we reinvest parts of that surplus into both Christmas and Hogmanay.
Councillor Doggett.
Thank you, Convener. I suspect, as you know, you have not so much lost goodwill in the city, but you've actually generated a lot of ill will over the last month or so, once people have seen what's been erected in Princess Street Gardens. Are you aware that at November Council last year, Council passed a motion that asked for a report on 2 things? One, that there would be a dignified no-work cordon around the Garden of Remembrance until after Armistice Day and Remembrance Sunday. Are you also aware that in the same motion, unanimously agreed by all councillors, that there would be no erection of high structures and that the report would be prepared? Did you know that when you were making your plans for this year?
All of our plans and how we build it in the gardens, which does erect a secure cordon, and we don't build anything on Sunday during that day, is all agreed through EPOG with officers and agencies.
Well, that didn't quite answer my question. Actually, it didn't come anywhere near answering my question at all, just like Councillor Stanyforth didn't receive direct answers to his questions. So I presume then you were not aware of it. And we're just not talking about one day. We're talking about while the Garden of Remembrance was in place. Let me ask some other things. Did you know when you asked for the extension of the contract what East Princess Street Gardens would roughly look like when it came to the winter festivals?
We knew at the time that we applied for it, yes, and those plans aren't the plans which are now being built.
Do you think it would have been wise to have disclosed those plans to this committee at that stage?
we weren't asked to. We shared our plans with officers.
Okay, that's fine. And one final question, which Councillor Ray has already asked, but given, and again, not answered, you've been quite keen to quote the loss at Hogmanay. Could you tell us what the profit is for Edinburgh's Christmas to Underbelly?
I mean, I think, as Charlie's already said, that there is a surplus for Christmas, and a large part of that is put into invest in the Hogmanay event and indeed in other free parts of the Christmas programme.
Just to be very clear, that's not something that we're obliged to do. It's something that we believe is the right thing to do, which is the reason why we do it.
Councillor Oster.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much for coming to present to us today. I can imagine it wasn't the place you would really rather be. I suppose my question really relates to the fact that knowing what we know now and having an understanding of how people feel, what would you have done differently?
I think, as I said, I mean, essentially the reason for the changes to the East Gardens this year have come from the NGS works which happened. We've known for 4 or 5 years those works were going to happen. As I said, I don't think the answer to that was just on Underbelly. I think it involved several other stakeholders around the city, including the council. It is of regret to us that it happened so late. I think that, yeah, I mean, we would certainly wish that happened several years ago.
So I suppose the answer then to my question is nothing.
No. So to be very clear, I wish that the process to work out how Edinburgh's Christmas operates successfully in these gardens, I wish that process had started years ago, rather than essentially starting in March this year. I think it's of great regret that that has happened. I think that's leading to all the questions about timing that have been asked today and before this meeting.
Thank you, Convener. Can I share my concerns as expressed by colleagues about the Garden of Remembrance? That's very poor. I'd like to be on record for that. My two main questions relate to, thank you for your presentation, relate to, as things become more successful, you get benefits, more popular, inevitably you have more crowds. And this is a question that we are increasingly concerned with over all the kind of festivals in the city. It is a matter of safety as the crowds increase. That's the first question. If you could give me some comments and explanations there as to what you might be doing on that. Second one relates to access, bearing in mind the safety aspect. Access for people with disabilities, because as the things become more crowded, it's more difficult for people with disabilities to be included, and it's important that people are included. And I welcome your response to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, to take the safety point first, absolutely. It's of foremost importance to us as the event organiser. I think we have a good working relationship with the Council's public safety team and event officers. There are plans in place to prevent overcrowding outside the Prince Street Gardens site this year, particularly around Waverley. In actual fact, the plans for this year using the scaffolding decking structure is going to improve overcrowding. So hopefully there'll be less crowding, and indeed it will improve access. And I hope that you will all come down and actually walk round the site with us, and we'd be delighted to take all of you round and show you the whole site, to show you this, and to show you that the new layout is actually going to improve both of those things, access and, we hope, crowding.
Councillor Doran first.
Thank you. I have two questions. My first question is, Compared to the first event you held for the Christmas, what have you increased to this date? Say that you had, you know, a certain amount of events the first time, which was popular. Just how much have you increased it?
With Christmas or with Hogmanay, or both? Well, with Christmas, we've obviously had the ice skating in St Andrew's Square that isn't happening this year, and the Spiegel tent.
Sorry, specifically the gardens.
Oh, sorry, in the East Gardens. The first year we did it in 2013, it was much smaller in terms of the Santaland area. And if you recall at that time, the outcry that there was the fact that it was smaller, which is why in 2014 we brought back a larger event, which is essentially the same size, 2014 through to 2018, around about 100, just over 150 stalls, and now there's just over 160 stalls. There are 2 fewer rides this year than there were previously last year. I mean, essentially, this year's scale event in terms of how much there is to do in the gardens is approximately the same as last year.
My second question, if I may. Many residents in the city and Woodland Trust specifically have raised concerns around protection around trees during the events Underbelly are putting on. When setting up the events, what action do Underbelly have to protect trees in the natural environment, specifically root protection and the compacting of the ground around them? What are your policies to protect these?
In terms of trees, we take great care with the trees in the gardens and building around those trees. We've agreed with the council in the last few days to that we wouldn't build 4 stalls, I think, or maybe 5 stalls, which were too close to trees. We have asked officers to consider to drill into the soil after the event to kind of open up the soil in the gardens, and obviously we always incur the cost of the East Gardens reinstatement.
Would you welcome a walk round with officers from the Woodland Trust to talk about this?
Absolutely, yes, please. Thank you very much.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Convener. Now, myself, I'm no Twitter scaffold expert, but certainly by seeing some of the pictures that have been around, some of the structure looks particularly interesting, shall we say. When are you expecting to get sign-off from the council engineers for the structure at Princess Street Gardens?
From an engineering point of view, that was signed off on the 12th of October. That essentially the engineers from the council signed that off. Parts of the aspects of the infrastructure in the gardens are subject to a building warrant, and essentially we would expect that to be signed off this week.
Okay, so I've gone slightly over. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Convener. You expect the building warrant to be signed off this week. What will happen if it isn't?
If it isn't signed off, and there is a huge amount of work that has been happening over the past few weeks between ourselves, our engineers, and the council's engineers, they've been round. There are a few things that are being changed. So as far as we understand it, things are heading in the correct way to be signed off this week. Obviously, if they're not signed off, then we will have to make further improvements.
So, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, sorry, Convener. In the light of any particular eventuality of that, what is the contingency plan, if there is one?
Just to emphasise that this plan that we have installed in the gardens is, has been through extensive engineering works. I mean, what people have photographed on Twitter and has been elsewhere isn't what has been built, and we'd be very, very keen to show you around yourself so you can see it for yourself. And they are subject to detailed engineering, and that is what is being signed off. If there are any improvements that need to be made, we expect them to be small, and we'd expect to be able to do them.
Okay, if there's no more questions, as I say, I have gone way over, but it was in order to allow the questions to be asked. So thank you very much for your presentation, and that allows us to move on to the next presentation.
Item 7.2 is the Community Justice Payback Order presentation. Can we now invite Rona Fraser, Carrie Fuller, Vicky Kerr, Kate White and Louise Supran to join us.
Welcome. Once again, you've got 10 minutes, and then we'll have some questions.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting us along to talk to you today. My name is Carrie Fuller. I'm a Sector Manager in Community Justice in Edinburgh. And to my left...
I'm Vicky Kerr. I'm the Team Leader for the Domestic Abuse Services in Edinburgh.
I'm Kate White. I'm Kate White, one of the Senior Social Workers at the Willow Service in Edinburgh.
I'm Louise. I'm Louise, and I'm a peer support worker and a Willow Service user.
Okay, so I'm going to start just by giving a very brief overview of community payback orders, in particular supervision requirements. So you'll see on the screen there that by payback we mean constructive ways to compensate or repair harms caused by crime. The kind of key words in this quote is that the court can impose a supervision requirement, which is a disposal which not only punishes the person but will address the areas of their lives which need to change in order to stop or reduce offending. Reparation is the foundation of community payback and can be achieved in a number of ways, and not only with community but with the person's family and friends. And all of this can be achieved through a supervision requirement. A CPO, there's 9 requirements and there's no limit on the number of requirements that can be imposed. Most prevalent are unpaid work requirement followed by supervision requirement and an unpaid work, a sort of joint order. However, what we know is that unpaid work alone doesn't address behaviour or support change, and that actually that happens within a supervision requirement. In order to impose a supervision requirement, the court needs to ask for a criminal justice social work report, which assists with sentencing, and we assess risk and needs, and we use accredited risk assessment tools. We also assess how motivated somebody is to comply with a supervision requirement and what their capacity is for change, as well as attitudes to victims. And importantly, the Criminal Justice Social Work Report gives us a platform to begin to establish a relationship, which is actually key to any kind of change. The supervision requirement, I'll just bring up all of these actually, rather than talk through them individually, and you can read through. I'm just conscious of time. So that slide kind of describes the process that we go through using supervision and what you can expect during a supervision requirement. Most of this happens within one-to-one meetings with the social worker, and my colleagues will explain to you. We use accredited programmes, so we have Caledonian, which addresses domestic abuse. We have the Community Intervention Service for Sexual Offending, which I think is probably self-explanatory. And we have Willow, which is an entire service, and Kate and Louise will talk about that. I thought people might be interested to know, in terms of service user feedback, 93% said that supervision helped, 77% said that it stopped or reduced offending. So those are quite key pieces of feedback. We've also got some little quotes there, which I'm hoping you're going to be able to read, that are direct feedback from service users. Again, you probably can pick up from that, the key thing is about the relationship with the supervising officer or the person that in the group. Okay, I'll hand you over to
Thanks, Carrie. So I'll talk a little bit about the Caledonian. Obviously, I know this is quite time limited, so we'll try and be focused. We provide a specialist assessment for court at the point of sentencing, which allows us to look at the pattern of behaviour that we hope to work with. We also use an accredited risk assessment tool, as well as assault risk assessment guide. And as part of that process, we also consult with the women victims who were subject to the abusive behaviour, and some of that behaviour will include coercive control and stalking. And so obviously we're benefiting from the new legislation to be able to broaden the areas that we're identifying, which sit really nicely within the definition that the government has, which acknowledges that domestic abuse is a form of gender-based violence, and as I say, we now have better legislation to represent the broad range of behaviours that are used within that. Currently within Scotland, the Caledonian offers a male perpetrator, female victim focused service, and that's supported by the current statistics that still identify 4 in every 5 victims as women. So about 81% of the roughly just about 59,000 police call-outs a year, that's kind of supported within that statistic. In addition to that, we have 100,000 children in Scotland living with domestic abuse. So when we look at the model that I'll talk a little bit about in terms of Caledonian, you can see the need for that to be a very integrated process, that we need to have support for men to change their behaviour. We need to be able to support victims to recover from the behaviour, and also to identify the needs of children within that, which can also sometimes be at odds with the needs of the adults in that service. So we need to make sure that children's rights are upheld and their voices heard. So the behaviour that we are working with tends not to be isolated. It tends to sit within a pattern that's often been around for many years and across, it's possibly spans several relationships. The victims are often experiencing mental health, substance misuse problems as a result of the abuse they've suffered. It's impacting on their mothering. So we're very conscious of working alongside other agencies to address the impact of that behaviour. We recognise that the men and women that come to us will often have their own trauma histories, so we're careful to understand the needs, and I think we're getting better at recognising the presentation within the work that we're doing, as well as the kind of broader how that links to their offending. As I said earlier, we are working very much within the gender-based analysis, which helps us understand how men have felt supported perhaps by society or legislation in the past to behave in the way that they have, and that the barriers that creates also for women in seeking justice and help. We recognise the behaviour as very much a functional expression of anger rather than anger management, so we recognise it's a tool that some abusers will use in the context of other coercive controlling behaviours. So this little Venn diagram identifies that we recognise the need to work very closely. So the Men's and Women's Service within Caledonia work very closely together to support each of their clients, and also to ensure that we are risk managing that situation as best as we can. And obviously we will do that best and most competently alongside other agencies, particularly the police, children, family, social work, health, substance misuse services. We also work alongside Shakti, Women's Aid, Phoenix and Women's Aid in Edinburgh. So there's a very broad range of services we work alongside. We sit within multi-agency risk management forums in terms of with the police and within the MARAC, and also have a process of risk managing clients within the City Edinburgh Council's policies and processes. As part of our accreditation and re-accreditation, I should say, of the Men's Service in 2016, we were able to gather some qualitative data as well as look at the data set that we had at that stage. And we also gather information from service users through end of module feedback for the main service, so that the men go through an individual and a group work process. It's a very intensive process, so we've a lot of opportunity to gather information from them at review points. For the women, they are offered a service on their own terms. It's voluntary, so we are able to gather information from them as they choose to engage with us. It's often related to how safe they feel and how much agency they've been able to kind of restore for themselves. The feedback we receive is often that men have been given, they feel have been given quite a unique opportunity to change, and this is the first time that they've been able to talk about the things that sit behind their offending and the offending itself. And we're recognising from the data we've gathered so far that we've been able to increase people's sense of control over their lives, I think, as well as the kind of lowering of the risks. We have a more informal way of gathering information from children, but I actually supervise our children's worker, and she gets a lot of really lovely feedback from the children she works with. That's quite limited because the children need to be supported by their parents to be able to kind of manage recovery work. But we also undertake fathering work with those men as well. The children's worker is often part of a key element of that to improve the lives and experiences of children and their parenting. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So Louise and I are here to discuss Willow. At Willow we provide a wide range of professional services to address the psychosocial, health and welfare needs of women in the criminal justice system. We aim to improve women's health, well-being and safety, enhance women's access to services and community involvement, and reduce offending behaviour. We're a central hub where women can access a range of services. So who's Willow for and who can refer to us? We're for women over the age of 17 at any point in the justice system who's a resident in or returning to Edinburgh from prison, or who have had involvement in the justice system in the past year. Research has shown that open access reduces barriers to service provision, so we've tried to make our referral process as easy as possible. Women can self-refer, and a whole range of professionals can refer to us, including health professionals, solicitors, sheriffs, social workers, procurator fiscals, housing workers. We work with women in both a statutory capacity, where we hold community payback orders that have been discussed, or on a voluntary basis where the orders are held elsewhere in the city, or where women have ended formal involvement with the justice system. So what is the population that we work with? In 2014-2015, we undertook some research, along with the Scottish Government, to get quite a good understanding of our client group. This was the time we were kind of expanding as a service. And these are the complex issues that face the women that we worked with. This is in line with the research and evidence regarding the experiences of women involved in the justice system, and is why we've been designed and developed in the way that we have. We are trauma-informed, acknowledging that a vast majority of our client group have suffered repeated abuse. You can see here that at that point 96% of the women that we worked with had suffered repeated abuse in childhood and adulthood. We're a holistic service, and we bring other services together, recognising that this is what is needed to address the multiple and complex needs of the women that we work with. I won't go through all of this, but we can see 84% of the women we worked with had alcohol or drug problems, 91% had mental health problems. So there's a number of issues that face the women that we work with. So thinking a wee bit about the services that we provide, when somebody works with Willow, they are allocated a social worker or a support worker, and then access different interventions that we run. So we run a range of group work and one-to-one interventions. Our group work and one-to-one interventions look at relationships, offending and planning for a safer future. We provide mental health interventions. We've got a small psychology team, and we also have social workers trained in delivering psychological therapies that we know are evidence-based in treating the issues of the women that we work with. So MBT, or mentalisation-based treatment, and DBT, dialectical behavioural therapy, are both therapies that are aimed at supporting people who have got a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, which is quite prevalent amongst our population. And IPT, interpersonal psychotherapy, is a therapy that's specifically aimed at treating depression, another thing that we see quite a lot in our population. We have trauma-specific interventions, so we can do psychology around trauma experiences, but we also run a stage 1 safety and stabilisation trauma group. We have health programmes. We've got a nurse who does one-to-one input, but also delivers a health group work programme on a range of issues that we know are pertinent to our client group. We bring together services that we know will be helpful for our client group, such as welfare rights and benefit support, and we also have peer mentoring and post-programme support. So I'll just leave up this slide. This is self-report from women that we've worked with where they say that they feel like they've made improvements whilst being at Willow. So you can have a wee look at that, and then I'm going to hand over to Louise to talk a wee bit about her experiences at being at Willow.
Hello, my name is Louise. I've been a part of Willow now for 6 years. Willow's really helped me. Has really helped me through and to work as has really helped me with the group work, and as Kate had mentioned, DBT therapy, which really helped me as I suffer from borderline personality disorder. When I first started Willow, my life was in chaos, and I didn't know how to handle my diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, as I'd not long been given the diagnosis. Both my kids were in care, and I'm now glad to say that they are both adults now, and I'm helping them and supporting them through the help of DBT that I'd learned, and I'm now learning to manage my emotions and now have a better relationship with them both. Since graduating from Willow 4 years ago, I have had the opportunity to be involved in a group with other women from Willow, and it's called Just Us. We have managed to do a lot of amazing things and amazing stuff and meet amazing people through our work and our journey, including sheriffs, MPs, going to speak at the Scottish Parliament, being invited down to Westminster, and also being invited here today. I would have never thought that I would have been able to do any of this when I first walked through the door. Me and the women from Justice are trying to highlight a woman's journey through the criminal justice system and the stigma that they may face. We also highlight the problems that women face during their mental health, and both with being involved in the criminal justice system. We have made a film to highlight the ladies' journey and to show the mental health problems that women suffer in and out of when they're coming out of prison. We run conversation cafes for professionals to show them our film and to highlight the journey and to show them that with the right kind of help and support, things can change. I am now a peer support worker at Willow, and I meet new women who are coming along and are starting their journey, and I offer them my support, and I'm able to tell them about all the things that I've managed to achieve since starting at Willow 6 years ago. Thank you.
So I'm going to say something about that, but before we do questions, Councillor Manish Meekin.
First of all, I wanted to thank all of you for coming today, but particularly I wanted to say thank you to Louise for the work that you're doing to support others. I worked with the Child Protection Service prior to doing this job, so I'm really aware of the crucial work that Willow is doing. But I guess I have sort of two questions. One, we know how vital it is to tackle domestic abuse. The majority of women that are in the criminal justice system have suffered from adverse childhood experience. We know about the impact on the development of the infant brain of simply being present to witness domestic violence. And we know that that has an impact on that individual, on that family, on that community. So my ask of you is, basically, what would you like to ask of us here today? That's my first question. My second question is, Edinburgh is just now starting to get involved in the Thrive Urban Mental Health project, which has done great work in London and in New York. And I guess there's going to be a conference at the end of this month. And are you aware of it, and are you linked into them? So the two questions.
What could I ask of you? That's a very open question. I think certainly we've been very fortunate actually in Edinburgh to have consistently had the support of senior managers. The programme I work in now had its roots in the early 90s in the Domestic Violence Probation Project, and it was main grade social workers that developed that, but it was the support of their senior managers that allowed that to develop into what we have now. So that kind of leadership and foresightedness in terms of looking at this as something that needs to grow and develop. So we are now in almost, well, I think in 2/3 of the population of Scotland can now access Caledonian. So as you said, it's a vital part of the response, but it's not the only response we need, because what we recognise is that very few offences are actually prosecuted successfully in court. So what we need to do is develop our voluntary services. We need to make sure that people can access the support that we can offer through other means than court, because that is such a finite group of people that can access that. So we in Edinburgh, again, we're fortunate to have our, we're currently branded Safer Families, but we're kind of going through a process of review and change domestic abuse services, because we're kind of joining, we recognise that actually the work we do with the men and women, regardless of the route that they come into our services, is very, very similar. So we're kind of reducing some of the barriers to that and ensuring that we can be responsive. So I think we certainly, without always talking about resources, certainly we need to ensure that we have the resources to be able to provide that service, that people can be helped in a timely way and consistent way. So we need our multi-agency services to work with us, and we're again fortunate to have support of senior managers to be rolling out the Safe and Together model of working, which I think we see already the benefits of that in terms of a shared language and understanding around having a perpetrator pattern focus and a partner with the strengths of the victim involved, and also that enables us to highlight the needs of children as well and keep them at the centre of this. So I think ongoing support, the appropriate resources to be able to manage the volume of work, which is what we discover is the better we do this, the more we discover. So the more we develop our practices and enable people to talk to us, the more they will engage. So we need to maintain those resources.
In relation to the Safe and Together training, which we've rolled out to a wide group of possible multi-agency, so maybe say that's funded through the Child Protection Committee, which I chair, but the contribution to that funding is from Police, Health and Council.
Councillor Staniforth.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I thought it was excellent. And in fact, all my question is whether we could get these slides emailed to us all. It's not outside the bounds of possibility that our constituents would ask us about these issues and how they can access these services, and having that in our email to refer to and answer questions would be very helpful.
Yeah, that's not a problem. What we'll do is, because I think I've certainly got some notes on my slides that we'll remove, so you've got the plain slides, but that's no problem.
Also, you mentioned a film. It would be good to see that as well.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. If you would like to give us your details and that, we could organise that, and we could come here and we could put it on for you all to see.
Councillor Osler.
Thank you very much. Councillor Staniforth actually asked one of my questions. What I was really intrigued by the initial presentation was obviously the fact what we're looking at. We're looking at a criminal justice system, but we're looking at very vulnerable individuals. And we're looking at the fact that what you're highlighting endlessly is the percentages of individuals involved in a situation with mental health issues, also with domestic violence. So what you're basically showing is how do we support individuals so they're looked at as vulnerable individuals rather than as criminals.
I suppose we look, you're absolutely right, we look at people as individuals, but we also tie in with child and adult protection procedures and processes, and we make sure that we hope to try and make sure people are safe, and by addressing particular risky needs, we hope that the wider communities are safer as well, and there's a positive impact, not just on people's behaviour, but on attitudes. It's it's quite you've probably picked up, it's quite a complex process, and supervision. I think people often think about community payback orders as unpaid work, but actually the supervision requirement is the bit that actually makes and supports people to change. And I think, Louise, you quite nicely summed all of that up. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
I suppose what I meant more as a society, what we're looking at.
Oh, apologies.
Not yourselves, sorry, I wasn't very clear. It's more that when individuals enter into community justice, you know, and they go through the court process and something like that, as you were saying yourself, one of the difficulties is how people feel. And a lot of what you're discussing is the reasons why they're there, and not because of their immediate, they don't actually have that much control of the situation they're involved in. So I'm saying, as a society, how do we change the focus of this to be able to say, well, actually, we should be looking at these individuals as vulnerable individuals rather than looking at them as criminals, I suppose, is more clearly what I'm trying to ask.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I suppose we have systemic issues that we need to resolve, and how we treat people within the criminal justice system, and how they access the criminal justice system, at what points they access it, and I suppose how society views people and the issues that they present with, and the reasons that they offend, I suppose. And you're kind of key to that as well, that process, and changing people's views and attitudes.
I would just like to say as well, like from what you were saying in that, I think there should be more like centres in that, like Willow set up, instead of like sending people to prison and things. Because, yeah, I do understand that prison is the answer for some crimes and that, but some of the crimes aren't for women, and it's quite a lot to do with mental health and things. Sorry.
Councillor Doggett.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks for the presentation. And Louise, it's always more beneficial to hear from someone who's been at the sharp end. I think that's very helpful. A comment and then a presentation. I think just one thing to say on domestic abuse. Being a real man is not beating your partner up. Just say that for the record. It's actually taking care of each other. That helps and avoids a lot of these problems. In terms of a specific question, at the other end of where you're at, is there anything you think that local businesses can do in terms of providing employment opportunities, retraining, that actually then just doesn't solve an initial problem, but then looks at a much bigger picture and recognises actually you've got a life to live as well, you've got a future, and having employment, the ability to do a job you enjoy, will help in that. So do you think, particularly Louise, but anyone else in the presentation panel would be fine, is there anything that local businesses can do to help out on that?
Like local businesses and people in that, and like yourselves, you all need to be more like trauma informed in that, and maybe like take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Just to judge somebody like when they're out looking at, take a step back to get to know the person, and that just to judge a book by its cover.
I was just going to say, we had previously, this was probably about 3 years ago now, we had an OT that was part of a service within the NHS that was kind of helping people who had been out of work and employment and stuff for a significant amount of time. And she worked from Willow for about 6 months or a year. And one of her kind of functions actually was making links with kind of local agencies and businesses to try and establish a process for people to get a bit of work experience and with the potential of moving on into work. And that really seemed like a really positive kind of thing. She did a bit of liaison and kind of helping the businesses and the people where they were going to be placed to understand some of the difficulties and some of the challenges, and then was there as well as a support for the women or the men in other parts of our work when they were undertaking that work, and that felt like that was probably a really good model for helping people move on into work and employment and education.
We use a company called, well, an organisation called Access to Industry, who provide a service to our service users, and part of that is brokering relationships with local employers. There's challenges with that, and I think people are slightly anxious. So the bit is about how we support employers, not just to get somebody into job, it would be a job experience, but longer term employment, how we support them through that, so that they feel confident that they're not going to be left maybe with somebody who's slightly challenged or challenging and who is not maybe job ready is the other thing. So I think you're absolutely right. Local businesses are key, because we know that somebody who has stable accommodation, has positive relationships, and is in employment is likely to have better sort of longer term outcomes.
Just one final thing to add to that is that what we recognise about domestic abuse is the prevalence. So that, if you're working with the public, you're likely to encounter domestic abuse. So the ongoing supportive campaigns that are around women's safety in public areas, and I've noticed in bars and restaurants and clubs, they often have signs or notices in toilets about how you ask for help, which is really important, but also the need for, within human resources policies within companies, about supporting employees who've been victims of domestic abuse, or indeed the perpetrators if they're identified, to get the help and support that they need, and to access services like the ones we have in Edinburgh, because this is we need a kind of bystander approach to this. As you said, it's about recognising that there are things we can do without intervening in an unsafe way to support people to get the help that they need.
Councillor Ray.
I was just going to say as well, like the job centres and all of that, they need to get up into toe and all of that. Never mind about getting us into employment and all of that first. Help us get our benefits and that sort of and help us so that people from in the government can understand us, because sometimes you feel like you're hitting your head off a brick wall and can always picking at the scars, reopening, telling your story and that again. Sorry.
Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Convener. I just wanted to say thank you. You were sitting in the gallery earlier, so you know how our meetings and our lives can sometimes be quite contentious and a bit stressy. And it's always really nice to have something come into your committee room that's really, really positive. And usually, for me especially, that seems to come out of women working with other women. So thank you for coming in and actually injecting some positivity into the day that we'll be able to carry through. And I'd be really interested in hearing a lot more about your work.
Okay. Councillor Howie.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the presentation. My question relates to the effectiveness of your intervention, because you can only be involved for so long, and obviously you're having to work with some people with some long-term difficulties. When your involvement comes to an end, hopefully people are at the point where they can survive without you, but obviously some won't. What sort of percentages of folk come back to you?
I think everybody appreciates that the process of change can be quick for some people, but for most people it takes a little bit longer. So we sometimes see people again and again and again. What we are beginning to understand, Louise is a peer support, so we are developing services around peer support, so when people leave our statutory service, that they are not left sort of high and dry, that there is somebody who can support them beyond the end of their statutory supervision. And the recognition that actually once it ends, that's not just the end of that person's journey.
And I think to add to that, what we have at Willow, which I think we're quite lucky with, is that we work with people, because we work with people on a voluntary and a statutory basis, we can continue working with people post-order if it feels like there's still work to be done, and that would be of benefit to the person. And we're trying to help think of things that we can do to kind of continue that change in identity, such as being a peer supporter or being involved in our justice group work programme, which is post-programme support. And it might be that women who have been on orders in other parts of the city come to Willow towards the end of their order and then pretty much work with us just on a voluntary basis. So there's somewhere for people to go post their orders ending.
Okay, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Convener. It's more an observation rather than question, to be honest. But Louise, I thought you spoke very eloquently and passionately about what you do, and I think peer support is probably, if not more important than actual paid employees kind of element of things, because you've got that story that you can tell with great comfort that you've managed to come through the other side, and that everybody else can follow your path. I'm quite fortunate to be on the Edinburgh Community Safety Partnership group, and I've learned and read quite a lot about Willow since being elected. And Louise, you mentioned trauma. So part of the Edinburgh Community Justice Outcomes Improvement Plan for the next 3 years talks about delivering a greater awareness of trauma, and also about the tailored and consistent approach of care. So I think that's very key, and I think Willow do an absolutely fantastic job. It comes as no surprise, I'm sure, to everybody around the table in the presentation that 4 out of 5 victims of domestic abuse are females. But in the latest, in the Improvement Plan report, it does suggest that the successful model that Willow have put in place for females is being introduced into men's services this year and moving forward. Perhaps you could tell us just a little bit more about how the success of dealing with it from female women, am I getting that particularly PC correct in my terminology, and how that has been able to transfer into the male environment?
Sure. I'm lucky enough to be part of the service that's piloting the Forensic Community Survive and Thrive programme for men. So that's the first phase trauma intervention. It's part of a grouping of services within our kind of group work services that are taking the learning that really Willow have developed and applying it. When we look at things like adverse childhood experiences, that's not exclusively, obviously, women who are impacted by that, it's often men. And what we've recognised, I think, and through research and statistics, is the harm that men experience as children, they often outwardly express when they become adults, and we recognise that that creates many other victims. So we realised that we needed to understand better the profile of the men that we're working with. We have anecdotally always understood in criminal justice that men come to us often with mental health problems, substance use problems that are linked to earlier experiences, but we've lacked the kind of data that Willow have been able to build up and kind of provide. So we've learned a lot from that, and we're lucky enough to be managed by the same person. So we're applying that knowledge now and recognising the kind of diversity of resources that men need. So our very intensive accredited programmes won't always be accessible to people with that kind of instability in their lives. So as part of the Crossroads project, they're opening that up to mirror the kinds of programmes, I suppose, that are equally looking at emotional regulation, that are looking at reaching out into the community, that are looking at the regulating the symptoms of trauma, so that actually those people are more able to engage with the kind of change work that we might want to do or they might need to do. So there have been a lot of lessons learned and then currently being taken forward, and that's the evaluation of that will, I think, that we've a psychologist based with us at the group work services until March next year that's helping us. Certainly we need clinical oversight for Survive and Thrive, and they'll also be part of gathering the data to demonstrate, because as part of that process, the men who are entering those programmes will be routinely screened for mental health problems, PTSD, so we'll have a bank of information to help us understand what has perhaps changed as a consequence of that, and certainly a profile of the people that we're working with.
Just one supplementary, if I may, Convener. Fantastic to hear that, and obviously you look to drive that and take it forward. With it being a new element of it, will there be sufficient resource and funding in place to make sure that that has longevity too?
So that's a little tougher at the minute because the current kind of group of people who can provide that training is something we're working on building. We're building capacity to do that. So people like myself and Kate are now trainers to help deliver this, and we're working within the NES framework. So for some training, we need. So that's the National Education for Scotland NHS framework that's about that regulates how we become trauma informed to services. So there are certain standards we need to meet to reach as trainers to be able to provide that. So this is quite a lengthy process of investing in training us and to a level that we can then train other people. And so it's currently quite a finite group of people, but we are hoping to develop that as a resource. And we have a commitment from our senior managers for that. It's just that it's that thing of development alongside your current job. We've all got busy jobs to do and our managers are busy, so I have to credit them with the time that's been dedicated to this. It's been a real priority over the last year, but it's a gradual process. There isn't any quick fix because even with more people we'd still have to train them, but that is the hope is that at the moment it's quite a small pilot within the group work services, but we are hoping across the city to be training other criminal justice social workers to do this.
So I'm going to draw that to a close now. I want to say, however, that sometimes you sit here and you listen to presentations and you think that's all very theoretical. This has been the opposite. There has been an interest in this since it was first brought to this committee, and certainly we're all a lot better informed now as a result of what you've told us. I want to reiterate Councillor Ray's comments, but say I can't let you go without saying, for me, this has been absolutely fantastic, and the work that you do is absolutely tremendous. I'm filled with appreciation, and to be honest, some pride that you exist, and that Louise, that you've had the confidence to come and give us that presentation is absolutely tremendous. You should be very proud of yourself, and that we have people so dedicated, so hardworking, addressing complex issues in this city. You have this committee's appreciation and pride. Thank you. Takes us on to the next presentation.
Yes, item 7.3. We welcome John Brennan from the NHS on the physical activity strategy. John, would you like to come down and join us?
Good morning. Just while doing a little crossover here, given that you've been sitting for quite a long time, I'm going to talk about physical activity and sedentary behaviour. If you want to go up for a wee stretch, go and take 15, 20 seconds too. It's like you've been sitting for a long time. Someone did at least. Someone did. My name's John Brennan. Thank you for letting me come along. What I'm going to do this morning, I'm going to do a brief presentation, actually, an overview of why we might want to promote physical activity and maybe how we would look at doing that in the city, and a wee update on some of the work we've been doing so far and some of the achievements and progress we've made in the localities in Edinburgh. So my name is John Brennan. I work in public health and NHS Lothian. I'm the lead for physical activity across Lothian, which means I work with particularly local authorities, looking at how we work strategically, policies we develop, the sort of resources and support that we need, all the way from that kind of strategic level right down to at delivery level as well, which I think is important. What I was going to do this morning was say, well, start off with what is physical activity and what are the benefits. Very quick definition of physical activity. It's any movement of the skeletal muscles that expends energy. Quite often when we talk about physical activity, people think about sport or formal exercise. It's a part of it, but it's way beyond that, and it makes the whole issue a wee bit more complex than just dealing with sport. Is it worth promoting physical activity and challenging sedentary behaviour? I've been doing this job for a couple of years, and when I started working on it, I was a wee bit surprised by the fact that we have a massive amount of work going on around physical activity, sport, exercise, outdoor work, things linked to mental health, therapeutic work. Massive amount of work, but it wasn't particularly cohesive or structured in terms of what was going on. I was doing a lot of work that was joining people up, and did you know that so-and-so is doing this, and did you know that 3 people are down there doing that, and there's money for that we could do. And I thought, it's a kind of really, really ineffective and not sustainable way of working. So I thought, we've got to get a bit better organised about how we do this work. And I'm going to highlight how we've gone about some of that kind of thing. The question about should we bother promoting physical activity and highlighting it, we can maybe turn its head and say, should we bother reducing risk of some of the most serious chronic illnesses that we have affecting some of our most vulnerable population? I put a wee chart up here. This is kind of well-evidenced work that shows that things like cardiovascular disease, stroke, certain cancers, type 2 diabetes, which is, has a very high profile in terms of the health burden at the moment, and things like hip fractures. There is a massive reduce in risk associated with meeting levels of physical activity. So I would say it's really worthwhile. And it's I find it's, at times it's where we work is a wee bit of a Cinderella issue in relation to things like food and diet. And often they go hand in hand, or physical activity will be lumped in with food and diet in a kind of weight management perspective, which I think is unfair, and I think we need to separate that out a bit, be a bit clearer about what the benefits of physical activity are and how we reach those. So that's one of the things that I'm hoping we can highlight today. It's a bit of a charty chart here, but if you look at it and maybe take a wee look, what it does indicate is this is that reduction of risk shown in terms of being active. So at the left-hand side of that graph, it shows an increase in physical activity and what the drop in risk is of those diseases. And for some of them, particularly ischemic heart disease, diabetes, and stroke, the benefits happen really quickly. What it indicates to us is that although we've got recommended levels of physical activity, and you'll be well familiar with them, the 150 minutes of moderate activity or 75 vigorous and all that kind of thing, which I find them quite complex. Even working in the field, I find those quite complex. And they were renewed recently, since they were developed in 2011, it's shown about 5% of the general population understand those recommendations clearly, and about 20% of people who work in the field. My view is we need to simplify messages and say that all activity is good for you, more is better. And it shows that at that peak, you get to a point where the benefits become quite granular. They're very steep, and then they flatten out. And that's about the level of physical activity that's recommended by those guidelines. But I think that we've got the biggest health gains will be achieved by getting people who are currently inactive to be at least a bit active, and keep the people who are active. So that very simple message of all activity is good for you, more is better, I think is something we should be promoting heavily. But we know that some people are more active than others, and we know that's not random or accidental. If you look at physical activity by age and sex, we can see that as the population gets older, levels of physical activity drop off, and that at almost every level, women are less active than men, apart from there's a little convergence that sort of in sort of middle years. So we know that this is not random. This is systemic. This is throughout. This is globally as well as locally, nationally as well as within Edinburgh. This correlation works. We know that as people's income decreases, as people get poorer, as deprivation increases, also levels of physical activity decrease as well. And something I want to highlight as well is that people become more inactive as they become more deprived. We know that there are sections of the population who are systemically excluded from all sorts of benefits that the rest of us take for granted. We know that the least active in the population aren't mysterious. We know that people with learning disability are the least active cohort in the population. Up to 80% of the day can be inactive, and a lot of that is systemic. It's not because of the individual or choices. It's how we've created services and support to an extent. People with mental health issues, people with physical disabilities. We know there's an age and gender correlation. We just looked at that. BME, gender and sexuality. So we know there's inequalities component to who's active and who's not active, which I think is particularly important. That inequalities gap, we recognise that Edinburgh is very affluent and a place with an extraordinarily high quality of life. Even as a Glaswegian who's been here for 26 years, I can appreciate that from my leafy view of Leaf Links. But we know that there is an inequalities gap, and many of the avoidable and disproportionate chronic health conditions that I highlighted earlier that levels of physical activity can reduce are exactly what interferes with people's quality of life who are most deprived and cause them to die early as well. So there's an absolute correlation between how active we are and what we're dying of and who that's affecting most. So in terms of, I'm not going to dwell on this, don't worry, just to say that we do have an evidence-based approach to looking at physical activity and how we promote it. And what I've been working with colleagues within the council to look at where the best evidence for how we arrange our ducks is. Got lots and lots of ducks, as I said earlier. There's lots of stuff going on. There's lots of organisations, lots of activities, lots of opportunities. But how do we arrange them to get the most out of the resources that we have at the moment? How do we make the resources we have most effective? There is what we've looked at is there's a really, last year the World Health Organization published a really good framework for promoting physical activity that the Scottish Government's Active Scotland Outcomes framework is also based on. And I would have been suggesting that if we want to take a strategic approach to promoting physical activity in Edinburgh, that we have a line of sight to those strategies, right down to working with stakeholder partners and delivering that within communities as well. So that's, I'll come back to this model for reference a wee bit later. This is a framework. I'm not going to dwell on it, other than say it's something that I think is really, really useful, where it brings together active societies in terms of the messages, how we promote things, how we change conversations, how we get people to be aware of why we should be more physically active and where those opportunities are. We've got a lot of work in Edinburgh around our green environments. We've got fantastic work around the green space initiatives, around the parks work, around mental health work, fantastic, and heritage work as well. Creating active people through sport, exercise, opportunities, and also knowing that most people get their levels of physical activity through active living or travel choices or through work, as well as sport, which is really important, as well as formal and planned exercise, all of which are really important. And we've got loads and loads and loads of really, really key stakeholders, brilliant folk like the Physical Activity and Health Resource Centre at Edinburgh University are at the forefront of research around physical activity. We've got brilliant transport research at Napier. We have, in terms of creating active people, we've got lots of work that's led by the City Council through lifelong learning, in partnership with folk like Edinburgh Leisure and the IJB and all sorts of private sector, public sector, not-for-profit, third sector organisations. And we're looking at how do we develop a more strategic approach to that. That's what the framework indicates. Well, we have all these stakeholders, and we have all this expertise, and we have all these resources within the city. I think we could make better use of them by joining them up and being a bit more cohesive. In terms of joining things up, this is the picture of a local physical activity minds group. This is something I thought would be really useful a while ago, I thought, in terms of joining up work locally. I identified that each of the locality improvement plans within the community planning process within health and wellbeing had physical activity as either a priority within the plan, a key outcome, or the means to key outcomes within the health and wellbeing strand. So I spoke to all of the locality managers and health and social care managers at each of the localities to say, we would like to develop work in the locality linked to the community planning process to bring people together to be more aligned around addressing physical activity and delivering work that's closer to community needs and community consultation. So we have a core group in each of the localities consisting of an officer from the council, someone from Edinburgh Leisure, someone from disabilities, third sector, I'm sure I'm missing a few, but quite comprehensive core planning groups. And what we've been doing is organising networking opportunities around different themes of physical activity, bringing loads of people together who may not have physical activity as the key part or the core or main part of their work, but it's part of their work. So physiotherapists, GPs, sport and leisure people, people from third sector, people from sport, people from exercise. So we've had a really amazing mix of people. We've had contacts with hundreds of people in the city and put them together in a room and actually use their expertise to drive some of the strategic ways forward within the localities. At their most recent networking round, we had a focus on inequalities and how physical activity fits into that. And we looked at priorities from each of those localities, and they were pretty much generally grouped around increasing communication and awareness raising, increasing involvement and engagement, and particularly around access and affordability for excluded groups. So looking at how do we promote the benefits of physical activity more clearly? How do we let people know what's happening there, and how do we connect those pathways? So if we've got a GP who's maybe got someone who's got mild to moderate mental health issues, how do they get to know what's in their local area? How do we join those up? How do we make that pathway effective for them? So those are the sort of things we've been looking at within the localities. That work is going on. We have loads and loads of information that we've picked up in terms of mapping, in terms of what people's priorities are. We've put people in touch with each other and starting to look at things like how do we have a more collective way of working, how do we have a more connected way of working, a more strategic way of working at that level. One of the things I've managed to do is one of our first meetings, I each have a big networking meeting, at least 50 to 60 people in each of a room in each of the localities. I asked people to put themselves on the map as a way of getting to know each other. But we ended up with loads and loads of information about what people do and where physical activity opportunities were, as well as where people felt gaps were. So we've been working to expand on that and collate that at the moment, and our mapping expert at NHS Lothian Board Headquarters has connected us with a mapping tool, which we're looking to publish hopefully early in the new year. That will be public, but it'll be for each of the localities will have a whole range of what's available in a very clever scrolling map that makes it very easy to use to pinpoint whether it's opportunities for children and families, for older people, for people with mental health issues that are low cost, all sorts of kind of ways of filtering information in a very usable way, which will help us plan how we prioritise the work across the localities by knowing what assets are where and where the gaps are. But also for people who signpost or people who want to know what's happening, just to know, is there a bowling club near me? Is there a tea dance near me? Is there a children and toddlers group near me? Where can I do archery? That will be there for people as well. I think a huge asset for folk. So back to this. So, as I said, we're looking at working based on strong evidence base, which has been adopted by the Scottish Government Active Outcomes Plan, which mirrors a lot of the things that I've said as well about getting the inactive active, keeping active people more active, building confidence and resilience in communities through sport and physical activity. We've got a strong start, I think, in terms of developing cohesive work within each of those localities. Strong core groups and people who have now been starting to be involved in thinking about how do we work better with each other. Trying to find, in discussions about trying to find a virtual networking platform for people to be more connected. But we do need a strategy in the city that helps us look at how we become progressive with this. And I've said to a number of people in terms of, I'll help and work with you to develop a strategy as long as it's not an inventory, which so many strategies seem to be. Take a snapshot of what we've got, write it in a document and put it on a shelf. I think there are things that we can do to change levels of physical activity and people's opportunities within the city, particularly for those who are most excluded. And I think we have the means to do it at the moment. I think we just need to join that up a bit more effectively. So we're talking about things like someone mentioned community safety earlier on. Things like people will walk, which is where people get most of their exercise, particularly older people, if they feel that there's good street lighting, if the pavements are safe to walk on, if where they walk is attractive, there are not gaps. They're very simple things, so things like joining up where we're working with the IJB in terms of exercise referral programs and social prescribing, joining up where we are with planning and transport and active travel. A lot of these people are on board already, but I think we need to be a bit more proactive in terms of making those connections as effectively as we possibly can. And that extends down to our work in the localities as well. It would be really useful to have a dedicated resource, particularly from within the locality, from the local council, who could be more central to coordinate and making that work cohesive. Because I've been doing a lot of that work, and I really don't have the capacity to continue to support the groups on at that individual level. But I know the partners are there to do it, and I think we just need to make some of those commitments. And I think a more strategic approach would certainly help that. That's me.
Okay, thanks very much. Questions? Councillor Rosler.
Thank you very much indeed, and I'm really, really, really pleased to hear today. I'm absolutely delighted that obviously that you're wanting to bring this to the fore, front and centre. I've been banging on about this now for over 2 years. Looking at this slide, the biggest concern I have about this, and please don't take this as criticism, as an observation, is there's an awful lot about partner agencies, very little about community engagement. My biggest concern is what we're looking at is we're very good at identifying partners that get involved in things, but we're not very good at identifying the communities and having a community voice. I don't see within the slide or within the strategy that we've got so far any actual community involvement. And I struggle to support something that doesn't have community involvement, because we can identify all sorts of bits and pieces, but if we're not providing what communities want, so what targeted groups want in bits and pieces, then there's little point in us actually doing any of this. So I would just like to understand from you how they are being fed into what is being provided and into the strategy itself.
Yeah, it's an absolutely valid and point that would be a concern of mine as well. If we look at the bottom, where the locality networking structures are the practitioner networks, you're right, but the representative of all of the folk there are not detached from communities. They're people from third sector organisations who lead walking groups, who do yoga. There are physiotherapists who are working directly with people. They're third sector organisations. And I felt it would be, in the terms of reference for each of those groups, we talked about what the community involvement in those groups would be. And we felt it was unfair at that point. If we didn't have something to offer communities that was tangible, then it would be unfair to bring communities into a conversation where there was that inequality in there. I absolutely agree. But I think if we can develop the local networking structures as robust networking groups are working with each other, all of those people work directly with communities, and that's the conduit to bringing communities in. We've got lots of community consultation currently that's going on and has gone on. Place standard tools have been going on, planning, consultancy around the active travel work. And I just feel that we have to be doing more than just consulting communities, that has to be much more of a partnership where communities are actively involved. I don't think we don't have the concrete, kind of tangible offer to communities at the moment until we can put some of this work, I think, strategically a bit more closely together. But I think that it should be driven entirely by communities in terms of the things like the mapping exercise has shown us where some of the assets are. It's shown us where some of the gaps are. And I think that's where we take the plan would be, when that's launched, that would be launched at community events for people to come in to again talk about what's in their area, what they know about, how they would use the map, and be in touch with services in their area to make those representations as to, do we feel that's appropriate? Do we feel we've got things missing? Is there any point in having 3 walking football groups there when there are none there? And that comes from people, and that comes from their expertise. It wouldn't be about imposing a plan on people. I think we can have a strategy without an action plan. I think the action plan is developed in consultation with communities and delivered by those services.
Supplementary.
I appreciate what you say, but I suppose the point I would really like to reiterate is, on here we have a tiered system where the actual individual isn't the top of the tier. And it's reversed in, there is nowhere within this system that a member of the public would actually feel that they were represented. And that really does, I cannot stress how clearly that really does deeply concern me.
I think I take your point. I think the diagram was specifically for this occasion. I think in terms of who we're going to look at that as around dialogue and conversation. I think you're absolutely right. I take that on board, and I think we've got to have to put exactly where people are in that and show how that works dynamically. I absolutely agree.
Councillor Howie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for your presentation. I was at the gym at 7:30 this morning. I hope I don't sound too smug with that. A couple of questions. One, I mean, obviously, you know, it's recreational, it's work. That's how we spend most of our time, apart from sleeping. And I suppose at work, you know, whether it's standing or we're sitting. And I know there's some great encouragement to stand at work these days. Referring to your earlier comment, I won't undermine today's convener by asking how long we should sit around in meetings like this. I won't ask that question. But you might want to throw in a kind of a bit there, because you hinted at it when you first started. My final my final point is over-exercise, and over-exercise is dangerous, you know, because it can lead to fatalities. I'm aware of people who over-exercise marathons, and, you know, you've got to worry. Your main concern is how far is the defib away from the guys who are vulnerable? And I just wondered about over-exercise, what the latest is on that. Thank you.
I'm not an expert in sport physiology, but I think it's... I think at a kind of sport level, I think what we've got, I mean, in Edinburgh particularly, we have a very well-developed system of gyms and sports clubs. And I think that there is a lot of expertise within the sports instructors. They're qualified, I know, at a very high level, especially compared to other local authority areas. I would say that there's some individual responsibility, some people are being aware of medical conditions and promoting information and awareness that people need if they've got any kind of reason for concern that they should be seeking advice and guidance from professionals. But other than that, it's not my area of expertise, to be honest. I think we should be promoting sport for everyone. I think you're right. There's always a level that some people may take it to excess, and I think that as part of our communication strategy, that's something that maybe could be considered within how we give messages to people about appropriate levels of exercise at both ends, both at beginning to get more active as well as concerns about your own kind of suitability for certain levels of exercise as well.
So I'll take the hint from Councillor Howie and finish there. Maybe we should have a comfort break after the next presentation, because we do have one to go. Thank you very much. I can attest that Councillor Rosler has been, in our own words, banging on about this for quite some time. So it is very much within the remit and one of the major aims of this committee. So, this hits right at the heart of it. So thank you very much.
So I've left that slide up just hoping that helps focus that it has been a huge part of our conversation about being community connected and having community activism and community involvement in the whole process has been something that's been highlighted strongly.
Can I also ask that we get maybe a copy of these, the presentation? And I think it's always helpful if we can get copies of the presentations, but also it is also helpful, and I think it's kind of fallen into abeyance. It's also very helpful if we can get them in advance, and it gives us a chance to look at them. But thank you very much.
Item 7.4 is the benefit of co-creating services with the community. Can I ask the speaker to come down and join us? Thanks.
So I'm glad you did that, Sarah, because we weren't sure if that was you. But welcome, and you've got 10 minutes to give your presentation.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sarah Hawkins from Project 42. I thought I would just start by telling you a bit about what Project 42 is. It's an organisation that launched in May 2017. The idea behind the programme is it's basically a product designed on a personal journey that I myself took. In 2012, I was very mentally unwell. I was not able to work or leave the house, and I had a lot of additional support to get me through every day. It was incredibly challenging, and I couldn't access services on the NHS. So as a result of being placed on very long waiting lists, I had to design my own mental health care package. I did this with the help of friends and additional support coming into the house, and I, in the end, settled on daily personal training, life coaching, and counselling. I did that for 12 months, and it was a very expensive time of my life to be able to fund those services. But I realised the investment in myself for the future would be worth 10 times the value of the cost of accessing these services privately. Within 12 months, I'd gone back to university, and I did a dual master's in less than 6 months. I was then able to go back and work in investments. So through investing in myself, I was able to really launch myself and sort of create a really sustainable, positive future. After sort of 12 months working in investments, I decided a lot more people would really benefit from being given an opportunity to experience what I personally have the benefit of experiencing. So I decided to go ahead and design the similar program to what I experienced, but instead of doing it over 12 weeks, I designed a program that individuals could access in 12 weeks. It combined personal training, life coaching, and counselling, and that is what we called the Physical Active Counselling Program. So this was available to anyone in a self-referral process, and myself and one other individual did this voluntarily outside of our working day. So come 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock, we worked with individuals who primarily had been victims of domestic abuse or sexual assault, but then over time we extended this program to absolutely anyone who felt that they would benefit from having the support of a personal trainer, life coach, or counsellor. So this is how Projekt 42 originally started. We launched a small 1,000 square foot training unit, but within 2 weeks, we were both in a position where we needed to leave our jobs because the demand for our service outweighed the amount of time that we had available to allocate to this service. So after a while, we then further extended this program and we started delivering group fitness and small semi-personal training classes. We had no gym equipment, so we called ourselves the worst gym in Leith, but people loved it. Within sort of 2-3 weeks of opening our small personal training unit, we had over 400 members attending our service from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So this highlighted that there is a need to do physical activity different in Edinburgh. So people were crying out for a service without any gym equipment and with junior coaches from across the city that volunteered their time. People travelled to us and worked out with us from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Within a few months, we then went on to launch a whole variety of different physical activities, from yoga therapy, weightlifting for women, mum and baby fitness classes, and also a combination of dance therapy and all of the same traditional gym classes that you would find in a commercial gym setting. But we were slightly different in that we always communicated with the community and what we wanted to do, and we enabled the community to tell us what they wanted to see and what their definition of physical activity was. And from there, we built a full schedule, a 7-day week rota, based on what the community wanted to actively participate in. So after a few months, we then started to subtly hint at creating a system where individuals could also access mental health services. So we subtly started to test our community on what the definition of mental illness and mental wellness was for them. And from there, we then started to create a team of mental health service workers. So not only could individuals access our service to participate in fitness, yoga therapy, meditation, they could also, using the One Gym Pass, use the service to book in to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a cognitive behavioural therapist, just as they would book in to see a personal trainer or book in to attend a group fitness class. We then further extended our service. This was organic and we're working with the community. A lot of young mums and parents and guardians struggled to find activities to do with their young children. So then we started to recruit parents in the community that we could train. So we used our funding from the sale of our gym classes and personal training activities to empower community members to go ahead and lead our activities for us by providing the training and the insurance they needed to do that. That enabled us to extend our service further, encouraging more parents and small children into our facility to participate in physical and mental health activities. So this takes us to where we are today. We're now in a 25,000, I always get nervous when I say that because the insurance costs always make me have heart palpitations. We're now in a 25,000 square foot facility, and we're the UK's only centre that combines personal training, life coaching and counselling. We have now over a team of 60 individuals working around the clock, Monday through to Sunday, 6 a.m. till 9, to deliver personal training, life coaching and counselling on over 150 different group fitness activities each week. We've grown from a membership base of 400 to over 6,000 community members. And this includes a number of different individuals who are not paying to access our service. So in 2017, we created instead of having a top-down approach, so a lot of products are created from top-down, we as individuals decide what's best for the community. Projekt 42 did something completely different. We empowered the community to create a community board, and on that board we have representatives from all different, sorry, I'm not clicking along. There we go. Oh. I think, yep, sorry. So as part of our development of Projekt 42, we recruited a number of community members who were in effect the equivalent of a management team for Projekt 42. They were then tasked with jobs to ensure that we always develop products that the community want to actively participate in and see, and that their definition of physical activity and mental health services were always in line with what the community wanted. So these community members were tasked with visiting other organisations, doing community surveys, stopping people in the street and finding out, A, if they participated in physical activity, and B, do they understand how important it is to maintain physical and mental health at the same time. From there, we then went on and developed a whole new system where individuals could, irrespective of their social or financial situation, could also access our service. We decided as a community to divide our revenue into restricted and unrestricted funds. So from every gym membership that we sell, 40% goes into a restricted fund, and then the community decides themselves how we spend it. Currently, at the moment, every month, 30 individuals can access our service by being given a free gym and mental health pass. But on top of that, we also support individuals to access our mental health service by providing over 100 hours of free counselling, cognitive behaviour and psychotherapy each month. And that was decided on by the community that's how our organisation would split our revenue. Then from there, we also have a self-referral process. So we designed our service with how individuals access our physical fitness process and how individuals access our counselling service is a complete self-referral process that was designed for the community with the community. Individuals can access it online or in a paper version, and they use their own autonomy to decide themselves what type of psychiatric or mental health services they believe would be right for them. This empowers an individual and gives them the autonomy to take care of themselves. Anyone accessing our mental health service also gets a free fitness pass. Because we encourage, where possible, individuals to participate in group fitness, not only for the physical benefits, but also we're a really strong believer that social isolation not only harms a person's mental health, but physically they're less likely to be well. So we've been able to show by providing physical fitness passes alongside mental health services, individuals become more socialized within the community, not only inside Projekt 42, but outside of Projekt 42. Individuals are more likely to go ahead and engage in services out with Projekt 42. They're making friends inside and then accessing services, which in turn benefits their physical and mental health. So that's a small snippet of what how we work with the community to ensure that our services are successful, that we continue to grow. And it shows that it enables organizations like ours to grow from a 2-person entity to a team of over 60 individuals. We don't rely on funding. We've designed a model in which enables us to provide our own charitable activities. The sale of our gym memberships covers, if not 100% of our charitable activities. We try and promote where possible the community to understand sustainable change and also sustainable finance. So if the community requires an activity or finds out from communicating with different organizations that certain activities are required or desired, we teach the community the cost of that activity, and as a group, they understand how to make that financially possible and sustainable. So I just thought I would talk to you about some of the things that we've been able to achieve in the short 2 years that we've been operating. So 47 individuals who have either been long-term unemployed or only on 0-hour contracts. Projekt 42 has been able to provide the funding and support to get them qualified as level 2 gym instructors, dance coaches, or personal trainers. We probably also have the most amount of walk leaders in Edinburgh, so quite a lot of our community members have been trained to lead community walks, and that enables people to have the confidence and the support to take short or longer walks around the community with an individual who's trained to provide them the support to get out and about, because we understand that it's really important that individuals not only thrive within our centre, but they feel confident and supported to access activities outside. And we also understand that it's really important for people to spend time outside. So where possible, we try and train as many community members to be trained walk leaders, because walking should be seen as the first step towards becoming physically active. So that's where we start as a community, and that's where we start our training platform comes from. And then once individuals get trained as walk leaders, we then progressively build them up to become fully qualified personal trainers. As well as our commitment to the community, we've also sent 3 of our employees to university. These employees are paid more than the apprentice salary. So the average salary at Projekt 42, a junior member of staff, that's an individual of no qualifications, whom we've committed to provide training packages for, our starting salary is £10.50. And we feel that's really important, not only to create financial stability within our own team, but to set a really strong sort of expectation of the industry as a whole, that to make sure people are mentally and physically well, they also have to be financially stable. So as a team at Projekt 42, and with working with the community, that is the minimum wage that we set at Projekt 42. So we currently have 3 individuals completing a business management degree, and my hope for them is that they learn to build their own Projekt 42s. From there, we've also been able to give out, over 1,500 free counselling, psychodynamic and cognitive behavioural therapy sessions. So that's 1,500 of free counselling hours that have been available for anyone in the community to self-refer to access. We also do a weekly free class. So this is based upon community feedback. Every month we change our free activities. It started as a monthly free class, but we actually run a daily class. So irrespective of a person's financial situation, they can still be part of the Projekt 42 family. They can come and attend our services on a daily basis. And most services, when they're free, they are only available for certain people who have a certain sort of criteria that they adhere to. Where at Projekt 42, anyone can attend. We don't screen our free classes. You don't have to prove that you're unemployed or a referral from a different service. It's really important that we, as an organisation, started from a point where we would try and socially mix different types of individuals, because we're not only going to monitor the direct social outcomes, but we're really keen on understanding indirect social outcomes, where if you mix, say, Lloyd banking executives with individuals who are just coming off a methadone program, what is the benefit of that? And that's actually something that happens on a regular basis in our facility. We've got people who have got very high-earning jobs, very highly educated, working alongside individuals who have dropped out of school, have no education, and have been unemployed for a very long time. And what we see is the social dynamics of these friendships, because in fitness and sport, everyone's equal. You can have multiple PhDs, but you can still be outrun or outlifted by someone who's unemployed. And I think it creates an even platform for people to come together as equals. And that's what we see a lot of at Project 42, is the indirect outcomes of people influencing other people's life choices by just being able to socialize together in situations that they probably wouldn't get out with Project 42. As well as that, sorry, I'm just going to. So this sorry.
Close soon.
All right, sorry. And we've also been able to give out over 500 free gym memberships in the time that we've been open. So where are we at now? So I think John Brennan's touched on it quite a lot. We're trying to understand how to extend our services across the city. Right now we're based in Leith, but we have individuals travelling from Morningside and as far as Kirkcaldy to try and access and take advantage of the services that we deliver at Project 42. So these are individuals that travel past multiple sport facilities on their journey to Project 42. So as an organisation, we're trying to understand how we can scale, how we can go into different communities now, and how we can replicate the services that we've been able to create at Project 42. We're trying to understand what the different community needs are across the city and how we can create multiple community boards to empower them to build their own Project 42s. We've designed a franchise plan with the support of all the policies and procedures, how we work, a full sort of off-the-shelf Project 42 that if any community wants to go ahead and build their own, they can for free. We also ourselves are looking for additional facilities. Even though we have a 25,000 square foot facility, we're at capacity. Our waiting list for counselling are over 300 individuals currently sit waiting for one-to-one sessions, and our physical active counselling program has over 250 people waiting to access. So we really do need to scale as quickly as possible to enable more individuals to access our service. So yep, that's Project 42.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Rossa?
Thank you very much indeed for coming today. Oh, sorry. And absolutely fantastic. I think what you're achieving is absolutely brilliant. I have a very specific question for you. You understand what we were discussing in the previous presentation, which was talking about looking at our physical activity strategy and study and bits and pieces. I wondered if you were aware of this or have had any involvement in it, because obviously you have a huge amount of experience that could be very, very beneficial, that I would really urge you to come forward. And so I want to know whether you have been approached or you're aware of it in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I don't think John Brennan really did himself justice with the amount of community contact he has been doing. We have been invited to a number of the Physical Active Alliance meetings, and we're in constant communication with John about working with the community, and we provide a lot of information from our community board based on what the community is providing feedback based on existing services. So we do a lot of canvassing to find out why people aren't accessing existing services. Because Project 42 sounds really grand, but it's a freezing cold warehouse with only 2 showers. And we need to know why, when there's existing services that are far better than ours, why are people not accessing these services? What is the barriers they're facing, and why, when we're in a freezing cold warehouse, are they choosing to come to our facility over existing services around the city? Why they're travelling so far to access? So we are in direct communication with John, providing that feedback on a regular basis.
Just out of interest, have you discovered why?
So a lot of the feedback is Edinburgh Lodge is very expensive. It's not, I think operationally it's very, it's probably a bit too big, and the communities don't see it as an organisation that is for them. It's just seen as something that is a money-making entity, whereas because we've created our Project 42 has been created firstly with the community directly in mind. The community dictates what happens in our facility. They're very much moulded to the entire concept. So if individuals don't pay to come to our service, they directly impact other community members' ability to access also, because 40% of the revenue that they pay is linked to the success of someone else within the community. So we've been able to create like a sort of like a family feel, that if one person doesn't do something, someone else equally doesn't get the chance to do something. And I think that model's work to sort of really encourage the community, not only to think of themselves more as a community and to take care of each other, but it sort of empowers people. They're helping someone do something just by doing what they would ordinarily do anyway.
Okay, Councillor Dorn.
Thank you very much. I was having a wee look at your website while listening to you, and it says that if you're unemployed, you can get 6 free classes. Is that in a year, or how does that work? If you are on a low income, how do you access these 6 free? And how much is it after that for them?
The 6 free, it's not 6 free classes, it's 6 free automatic free counselling sessions. So anyone, irrespective of their financial situation, can access a daily free class at Projekt 42.
Maybe you should make that a bit clearer on your website. It certainly looked like you could only attend the site.
Yeah, and we have a self-referral process, so if individuals cannot afford a membership, they can apply for one for free. And each month, there was a limit of giving out 30 free memberships, so it's a first come, first served. But last month, we gave out almost 150.
Okay, if there's no more questions or comments, did you want to?
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think Councillor Wilson said earlier that it's very energizing to hear about a fantastic project. I also have a lot of pride that it is in Leith. I was really encouraged to hear that you're looking at a model of how other places can look at your model and take it forward. I guess I'm curious, have you had any approaches yet from other community groups in other parts of Edinburgh that are wanting to learn that?
Not in Edinburgh. We're working with someone in South Africa to create the same model, and also New Zealand. Edinburgh, not so much. I think the initial financial cost of setting up a gym, the insurance and the management skills required to manage sort of multiple tier businesses within one charity. So it's a big undertaking, and it's not something a community group should do lightly, because there's the sort of control over the counselling services in itself is a very serious sort of service to deliver, and we're very cautious about just letting small community groups take on the project without fully understanding the financial commitment, time and experience needed.
Okay, if there's no more points, then I want to say thank you very much. It's great to hear of a successful project, very specific project, and the fact that it is so well attended and that the numbers are clearly high and with a great community involvement. So good luck with answering the question of why that's the case, but I think you were talking about a family atmosphere and it also being a trusted place that somewhere like your project isn't successful unless people want to go there, and clearly people do, and therefore it's a success. But thank you very much. That's been absolutely fascinating. Thank you.
I think it is a product that could be rolled out across existing services right now. It's not something that's impossible to do. Edinburgh does have amazing sports facilities. Individuals should feel the same way that they do about Projekt 42 about existing sports facilities, and I think with a little bit of work and support from everyone around the table, everyone in Edinburgh should feel like they own their own sports facilities, and they should feel like they're welcome and that there are no barriers to accessing them. It's not an impossible task. If I can turn an empty warehouse that's freezing cold into a sports facility that 6,000 people regularly attend, it's not impossible to create a shift across the entire city where communities do feel empowered and have a sense of ownership over their own sports facilities. It's something that's not unachievable, and I think within even a 12-month window, communities can see a big difference in how they feel and how they access these types of services.
I think on that challenge at the end there, I think that's part of the theme we're developing today at this meeting. So thank you very much. Taking up Councillor Howie's point, I would like to suggest a 15-minute break. So if we come back at 20 past. 25. Okay, welcome back. Those who have come back. I think we were getting a substitution for Councillor Howie, but Councillor Work, but he's not here yet. Okay. So we'll just start though.
Okay, item 8.1 is the Fiscal Activity and Sport Strategy Progress Update. This is a report by the Executive Director of Communities and Families, and David Bruce will present the report, and there's a Liberal Democrat group amendment circulated.
Thanks, Convener. It wasn't my intention to talk to the report, but happy to take questions.
Well, in that case, any questions? Yes. Councillor Osler. Is this by way of proposing your amendment or just commenting?
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for this report, which obviously has been split into two sections. I do have a couple of questions. Obviously, as I raised earlier, my concern again is lack of community involvement. We've decided various bits and pieces. There's a little explanation of why we pick certain threads and understanding behind what sits behind them. And I'm a little concerned about the whole sports strategy of what in this says Edinburgh. I appreciate there might be some national bits in this, but my biggest concern about this is obviously one of the things we're trying to address, obviously, in the city is inequality. And it doesn't seem to be a thread that seems to have been picked up in this report.
I'm sorry if that's your sense of it, Councillor. The reality is that this report should and does, from my point of view, reflect an engagement with the people of Edinburgh through the online consultation activity, which had previously been reported involved 420 responses. We've engaged with clubs, with national governing bodies, with a variety of partner organisations throughout the city, and those discussions led us to a position where we have articulated that it's our ambition to have a strategy that doesn't try to do all things for all people, but focuses on 3 key areas of activity which are articulated in the report, those being an ambition to do something about the drop-off in participation of girls and young women in sport, to do something about the lack of inclusion for people with a disability in sport, and to do something about our facilitate development. And those were 3 things which were agreed by a partnership of people that would reflect the city in terms of the university sector, colleagues in Edinburgh Leisure, council officers, sports clubs themselves, volunteers, Club Sport Edinburgh. So I'm sorry if that's not been emphasised enough in the report, but the approach to have a strategy that focuses on 3 key things rather than trying to do everything for all people has been agreed by that group that I've just highlighted. And throughout the report there's a commitment to addressing one of the council's key priorities, which is to tackle inequalities. So particularly in around the work around the facility development, we're very keen to understand one of the what lies behind what has been articulated by the consultation, people involved in the consultation, that one of the key barriers to participation is seen by people as being cost. So we want to do something about that, and the report highlights a commitment that we're making to pilot a piece of work in one of our local secondary schools where, for whatever reason, local people from that postcode are not using the facilities in that local high school. And we're going to try and do something about that by making those spaces available to local clubs for free, to see if indeed it's the cost that's the barrier. So I'm sorry if it hasn't been emphasised enough, but I absolutely assure you that the heart of everything we're trying to do here is to tackle inequalities.
I appreciate that, but inequality isn't just about inequality as in provision in terms of affordability. It's about inequality in terms of provision of facilities and other bits and pieces. And so my biggest concern is, how are we going to allow individuals to access facilities no matter where they come from across the city, if they have a desire and they have an ambition to take part in any type of sport? I am very concerned with, how, whether we're being ambitious enough in actually trying to unlock that and to allow individuals the potential to achieve it.
We would certainly, the partnership that I'm part of would certainly want to be in a position where, as a city, we are creating opportunities for everybody to participate as best they can in local opportunities. One of the key issues that we have here is that we do have a landscape across the city which makes it a bit easier for some people geographically to access certain kinds of facilities because they're on their doorstep, and for others that's a more difficult challenge. But the reality is that we have to make the best use of what we have, and I know that you have a motion which you'd like to table which talks about a kind of ensuring that all facilities are of a certain quality and that people are not disadvantaged in terms of the quality of the facility they're accessing. And I would absolutely support that we as a city should ensure that we have a minimum standard of facility that people can access, because the reality is we can't have Meadowbank stadiums all over the city, we can't have Commonwealth pools all over the city, we can't have certain things, but we're also investing in our sport and infrastructure in the city, as you're well aware, through our school programme. So there will be brand new sports facilities appearing in communities in the city. We should be embracing that, and so the quality of opportunity for those local people will be enhanced as a result of that. But I think the issue that you're raising is probably best answered by an officer like me by saying I think what we should be committing to the good people of Edinburgh is that we will ensure a minimum standard of facility rather than everything being the same, because that just can't be the case, because we can't have all of those kinds of facilities replicated because it's unaffordable and it might not be necessary.
Okay, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. David, thanks for the report. A couple of bits and bobs, and probably I'll be maybe speaking to Councillor Osler's motion as well. In terms of facility development, it says in the report that to determine opportunities and investigate rationalisation and efficiencies within the sporting estate. Now, cynics amongst us may read that in perception of it means that there may be less facilities moving forward. That doesn't quite tie in with an overall improved strategy. Just wonder if you could elaborate on that. And also, within that estate, is there a definitive list of proposed new or enhanced facilities that you could share with the committee?
I think it's very important that I emphasise that from my point of view, what we're trying to communicate there is that we need to find a new way of working in the city that makes the best use of the assets that we already have and continues to invest in the creation of new assets where that's affordable. So in real terms, we've had a presentation this morning from an organisation who have asked us to help their ambition to expand. We have another part of our organisation, the City of Edinburgh Council, is looking to rationalise its estate. There's a public statement about the council's financial pressures. However, it's a well-known fact that the council's facing significant financial pressures. Part of that dialogue involves us looking at council own, the assets that the council owns and the extent to which we can continue to afford those. But that doesn't necessarily equate to either afford it or close it. In my opinion, it's find a new way of making it work to meet the needs of local people. So, as you're well aware, Council, we've had previous presentations at this committee from organisations who've come to the Council and engaged with the Council in asset transfer and have successfully taken on board the responsibility for managing what were previously Council-owned assets. And those kinds of examples are the kinds of examples I think we should be learning lessons from and should be really trying to explore where that might be possible elsewhere. So rationalising doesn't mean closing. And I'm sorry if that's the impression that the paper gave. What we're trying to do is to find new ways of working. Invest, spend when we can afford it. The kind of programme that you're asking for in terms of where we are investing in sports facilities, well, some of that you're very well aware of with the opening of the new Medal Bank coming on stream next year. We've just opened new pitches up at the Jack Cain Hunter Hall Park development. We're building new secondary schools, all which will have new secondary facilities. We've got new sports facilities being built at Bangham for the Trinity Academy. Wonderful new sports facilities. That's new money, new facilities. A big commitment on the part of the council, but finding new ways of working with organisations and with communities to make those assets, those physical assets that we currently probably can't afford anymore, to continue to operate is surely something that we should be exploring.
So, was there anybody else want to come in? I think I'll pitch something in first, just myself on the back of that, and say that I think we got there in the end, but in terms of examples, and I also share the concern when we're talking about rationalisation and efficiencies. And but we already had a report that came forward that had very good examples of bringing actually derelict and disused sporting facilities back into use by using an imaginative approach about how that could be done. So I'm hoping that we are continuing along that line with a view to actually increasing the sporting offering across the city, using a variety of models, which I believe is something that we've been reported on in the past. Anyway, sorry, Councillor Doggett.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts, David. Thanks for the report. I think it's good to get the update. Still, as a representative of Collington, Fairmile Head, no leisure facilities in the ward that are council run, other than a couple of outdoor pitches. I speak with a little bit of local need pressing me on this. But two things. First of all, there's a pyramid in terms of physical activity, getting the base enlarged as big as possible, and that's one of the objectives I think we're trying to do. And we need a minimum standard of facilities for that. But have we given up on elite sport in Edinburgh? I cannot see anything that we're doing as a council that is anywhere near as competitive as perhaps our peers in Glasgow are doing. Our best facility is the Commonwealth Pool, but all the swimming events are now going to Tollcross in Glasgow. We've had some diving, but no disrespect to the divers, that is very niche and terrifying. But is there anything that we're going to do to encourage, the council's going to do to encourage elite sport in the city?
I think there is elite sport in the city. I think probably it might be helpful to draw a distinction between the ever-present support for elite athletes and elite sport and that of attracting major sporting events. These are two quite different things, and Edinburgh has a strong track record in attracting major sporting events, whether it's cross-country championships, the World Climbing Championships. There are world sporting events that come to Edinburgh. They have and will hopefully continue to do that. We also have world-class facilities, because when you talk about elite sport, you can't ignore, obviously, the Commonwealth Pool. We still have international rugby stadiums. So there are fantastic facilities in Edinburgh. And so the commitment to elite sport, I have an elite athlete sitting beside me on the left-hand side, and it's been completely remiss of me not to introduce Mel Coots, who's a principal officer in my service area in sports and outdoor learning, who herself has represented our country in beach volleyball. So there are many elite athletes in Edinburgh. We continue to support them as best we can. We continue to attract world sporting events to Edinburgh, and will continue to do that. But Edinburgh is not Glasgow and cannot compare in that sense. And I think it would be quite difficult for us to compare the two cities because of the infrastructure, etc.
But with all due respect on your final point, Glasgow's not Edinburgh. This is the capital. And we should just not accept, dare I say, years of neglect in infrastructure that have led us to the position where we currently are. And giving Glasgow an opportunity to take elite events. You mentioned the cross-country. One of the first decisions this council did was to pull the funding for the cross-country event. So, yes, the climbing at Ratho, yes, one event. But that's it. We don't have the cross-country anymore because, as a council, we were not willing to do it. And we have to accept the consequences of that.
The challenge would be to explore whatever opportunities exist to continue to attract world sporting events to Edinburgh. And as part of our strategy, the point you're making is that we can't afford to lose sight of the benefits to the city of doing that. And I would make a commitment to you that we'll include that in a future discussion with you.
Councillor Oster.
Sorry, David, I know you. I wanted to just have a think about another thread that we haven't sort of properly explored, which is working with the independent sector. We have an awful lot of independent clubs, we have an awful lot of independent facilities, obviously with Edinburgh, that have very high quality facilities. I know we're working with the universities and bits and pieces, but I'm still slightly disappointed in the fact that we haven't broadened that estate to work more with the schools, to work more with other facilities, because at the end of the day, we do have resources within this city, and I really don't feel that we're kind of actually tapping into them. We, as the most major provider, could sort of become much more, I suppose, we could develop a better way of working to make sure that overall residents could benefit from facilities, no matter who is the actual owner or the provider of those facilities. And I would like to be able to, within the sports strategy, to work out how we're going to do that as well. So if we don't have the facility, and there is a facility available, how are individuals going to use that facility?
The point's well made, Councillor, and you'll note in an up-and-coming report on pitches, there's an explicit reference to me taking a lead on the discussion with the independent school sector about their willingness to free up the use of their pitches for community use. And that's a commitment I've made to my colleagues in Parks and Green Space to do that, because that would be part of a citywide pitch strategy to make the best use of everybody's resources and to be a wee bit more collaborative about the way we go about our business. So the independent school sector are involved in discussions, not all of them, but some of them have been more than happy to have meetings with myself and previously Robin Yelleys around their contribution. So they're not excluded from those discussions, and we're going to focus in on specifically at this moment in time their outdoor pitches and what they can do to offer access to communities.
Councillor Dorn.
Thank you very much, Convener. Please forgive me, I will declare an interest here because my friend's daughter is a diver, and we were incredibly proud of the diving teams and the work that they did at the Commonwealth Pool, and I think we should note that. And Summer Ross, because I'm naming her, just spent the summer holidays down with the Olympic team, and who are very active up at the Commonwealth Pool watching our divers. So I think we have to remember it's highly successful diving teams in Edinburgh.
So if there's no other contributions, then we have an amendment to have proposed and seconded. So, Councillor Osler.
Thank you very much indeed. I put forward this amendment because obviously one of the key principles, of this administration obviously is to address inequality. Inequality takes many different forms. It's obviously within personal circumstances, but also inequality in terms of facilities as well is really, really important that we try to have a look at how we can address these sorts of things. If we don't have the provision, if an individual doesn't have the provision on their doorstep, how are they going to get to somewhere else? And I think it's really, really fundamental that we do look at this and we embed this right in the front and centre into the report so that we are providing and we are being ambitious for all the residents of Edinburgh, no matter where they live, no matter what circumstances they come from. Everybody can achieve a goal. The other reason why I put in about key performances and benchmarks, I always think it's really important that with whatever strategy we have, that we hold it to account, that we actually understand what it is that is trying to achieve, that it isn't just sort of words on a page. There are actual key performances that people need to understand, that we're expecting people to be able to reach and to actually achieve. And it's fundamental that we have some there so that we can understand what it is that we're setting out and other people can be clear about that as well. So this is why I'm putting this amendment forward. I should say I propose it, sorry.
Seconder.
Formally, Convener.
So, anybody other contributions on the subject? So, summing up.
Well, that was nice and simple. Thank you very much indeed. And I really look forward to seeing, the strategy as it develops, and I really hope that we're going to get further input into it and so on. And we will take into consideration some of the extremely good presentations we had today, from Project 42 to actually understand how important provision of sport and the provision of facilities and the ability for individuals to access things and how fundamental it is to people's way of life.
So I probably should have said something before I went to the summing up, because it's too late now, but I was going to just draw people's attention to the fact this is a progress report, and I, like many, would be quite unhappy if this was a finished product, because it is a work in progress. And so with that in mind, should we go to the vote? Well, I'm happy to accept the amendment. Is anybody unhappy? So is that agreed then? Takes us on to 8.2, sports pitch maintenance. And
David Jameson.
David Jameson.
He's over here.
Oh.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, this report is a response to a motion by Councillor Doggett asking for a report setting out a number of actions or directions. Firstly, the extent to which the council-operated pitches have not met playing standards up to the date of the report. Preparing an action plan to prevent future standards falling below those required by playing clubs. and a feasibility study into providing a trusted key holder system for clubs. And also as part of the feasibility study that we look at how the charitable status private schools can be utilised to work in partnership with the council to improve access to their playing and training facilities, as David just mentioned. So just briefly, I mean, the council maintains around about 186 sports pitches, but those numbers change seasonally and to be honest, week by week as well. We have something called the Landscape Quality Standards, which sets out the maintenance arrangements for pitches, and there was a link to that in the report. This includes quality measures such as grass length, litter coverage, grass cover, arisings, weed covers, line marking quality, any animal fouling, and the overall appearance. So to meet these standards, most pitches that are being used at any one time are cut and lined, usually on a weekly basis, although this frequency is subject to prevailing weather conditions and occasionally resource availability. The LQS doesn't recognise the requirement for collection of grass cuttings as part of the maintenance arrangements, as to do so would require significant additional resources. Rather, the focus is very much on ensuring that the grass is cut as frequently as possible, and most pitches are cut at least twice as frequently as other parts of parks and green spaces, basically because this ensures that the cuttings are reduced and can compost very quickly into the soil. In terms of call-offs, sports matches are occasionally called off as a result of some standard pitch maintenance, and where that is the case, we'll have conversations with the clubs and try to make sure it's not replicated. But the main factor by far is weather conditions. So during the current playing season, take winter as essentially when the cricket season ends and the football season starts. 2 weekend matches have been called off by the council, and this normally takes place on a Friday afternoon, so our officers check the pitches, check the weather forecast, check the current prevailing weather conditions, and if necessary we'll make a call off. Not to all pitches necessarily, because sometimes it's different in different parts of the city, but that will happen on occasion. And then the other sort of check in the process really is for match referees, so they can call off matches if at the time or just prior to the games the conditions are sufficiently poor. And we're aware that referees have called off 4 matches to date, 2 of which were because of excessive grass arisings. And that was principally because the machinery at that time was being repaired. We didn't have that we didn't have that available to do the cut as scheduled. So in terms of actions, well, for some time we've been operating with quite ageing and increasingly unreliable equipment. So we've been working with colleagues in fleet and workshops to procure new and updated machinery. And the intention is to have that available from March 2020. And of course we'll be training staff during that period to operate the new machinery. So that should greatly improve the standards of our cuts. In terms of the trusted keyholder scheme, there is a keyholder scheme already in the place for pitches. So as a council, we lease a lot of sports pitches directly and associated facilities such as changing rooms or storage areas, and the clubs in their lease provision have access to these, essentially a key, and mainly look after them themselves. Edinburgh Leisure also operates a trusted keyholder scheme with a number of sports clubs regularly hiring pitches, and both the scheme that we operate and Edinburgh Leisure operates, the details of which are in the appendices. And the third point is, as was mentioned by David earlier, that we will, as a council, led by communities and families, extend conversations with independent schools in Edinburgh that have outdoor sports pitches to establish what pitches are currently being used by community groups, clubs and voluntary organisations, and what capacity and willingness there may be to facilitate even further community use of these.
Councillor Doggart.
Surprised
surprise, Convener. So you will be aware of the Evening News campaign which prompted this, which showed that the state of pitches in the city was not good. Subsequent to my motion, I was sent photographs of a football pitch by Leith Athletic, which had massive tractor wheel marks across the pitch, which actually was probably unplayable, but they went ahead and played. But the danger of that situation is you then have injuries, and significant injuries as well, because the pitches are not at a suitable standard. And I accept what David said earlier about having that minimum standard of pitches. But if we're using the wrong equipment to leave our pitches in a dangerous condition, then we need to reassess what we're doing on that. Another point to make is, you said around the not picking up grass cuttings. Well, you know, if you play sport, you would expect the grass cuttings to be lifted. That is pretty basic. Dare I say, this is not a new issue. I played cricket many moons ago and turned up one Saturday to find a huge pile of grass cuttings left, and as you might understand, that causes some problems for cricketers. So it's not a new issue. This has been going on for a long time. So it's absolutely essential that we do raise the standard and just not accept the bare minimum. And I recognise that you have issues with machinery, and I recognise what you're saying around the replacement for that coming soon. But can we make sure, and I would hope that staff currently using machinery are trained. You've said that one of the action, the steps is making sure that staff are trained. Can we make sure that pitches are not damaged as a result of the actions of our own staff? Because, I've already said, that leads us to a dangerous situation. And really, the final point I would want to make in respect to the motion that put forward was, is there any way that we can extend the trusted keyholder scheme? It seems ludicrous that clubs which are using facilities week after week are not going to look after them. It's in their interest to look after them. They've got a keenness to turn up, volunteer, provide the club sessions, whether children or adult. They're not going to cause damage to the situation. So can we extend the keyholder scheme as far as possible?
Yes, I mean, on the latter point, any club or community group can ask the council directly or Edinburgh Leisure for keys for premises. The provisions to be able to do that are in Appendix 2, and a list of the current community groups and sports teams making use of it are identified in Appendix 1. There is no barrier, as far as I'm aware, for any community or club to make that request as long as they meet the requirements. So if you're aware of any clubs that are being turned down, then please forward their details to me and I'll investigate why that may be. In terms of the maintenance of pitch, yes, I mean, all our staff are trained and very highly trained. We don't operate to minimum standards. I think we actually operate to quite a high standard, and that was certainly the intention of the landscape quality standards. I'm also a regular user of our sports pitches and have been for many years. We do get it wrong sometimes, but 95% of the time our pitches are of very high quality. We have to remember that most of them are in public parks, so there's many other uses that happen within those parks as well. The damage isn't always grounds maintenance equipment. On occasions that has happened, and that's principally when the ground is particularly wet. So some of the markings that were identified, we investigated, and they had gone within a couple of days simply because it was bringing water to the surface because the tyres had been there. We do use tyres to reduce that as far as we can, but we also have requests from clubs to make sure the grass is cut as close to the matches as is possible. And sometimes it is a different balancing act for the staff on the ground, whether to make the cut or not make the cut, and they've not always got it right. I accept that. They've been made aware of that and been instructed to perhaps be a bit more conservative in future where they think it may cause some short-term damage.
Councillor Osler.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, David, for your report. And please thank your staff, because with Invalid Park being in my ward, you know, I'm very, very pleased with what they managed to achieve, because I know it's very well used. I've got two questions. One that kind of, you touched on the fact of new machinery. What kind of difference will that make in terms of going forward to the future? Because is that more machinery, better type of machinery, etc.? Because obviously that would make a difference. And the other thing is, in the report you mentioned about the fact that obviously sometimes the cutting is missed because of various factors. Is consideration then given to the fact that maybe different machinery could be used that could actually pick up the grass cuttings? I mean, is there consideration towards that element of it?
Yes, I mean, our existing machinery is quite old. It's really a reliability issue, although the machinery we'll get is newer, more modern, better designed. That will be a factor. But the principal factor will be its reliability. So like buying a new car, rather than having a car that's 15, 20 years old, one would hope that it would be far more reliable. So that would be the main point I'd like to make on that point. In terms of grass collection, it's not a difficult thing to collect grass on one pitch, but if we're talking about cutting and lining hundreds of pitches every week, it becomes a scaled factor. So there's the question then of spending additional time collecting the grass, spending additional time and environmental impact, transporting that grass, and then there's a cost associated with recycling or dumping that grass. So that's why we have always, as far as I'm aware, not undertaken grass cutting. We did an exercise quite a few years ago now to look at how we could collect grass and what the costs of that would be, and you know, it was extremely high, and for that reason seen as unjustifiable.
Councillor McNeish-Meakin, you might be going to ask the question I was about to ask, but...
I wasn't going to speak over you, but one of the things, I've had to learn all kinds of things about grass cutting I never knew. Is it not the case that with the maintenance program that we've been using, the grass cuttings were on a weekly basis, they were so fine that they basically fall between the living blades and mulch? You didn't need to collect them because they're minuscule. But with the warmer, wetter weather, we're getting 1 week's growth isn't like that. 1 week's growth is big. Is that kind of a factor? Or?
Yes, I mean, essentially grass grows when it's warm and wet, and certainly there's been a huge change over the last 20 years in the rate of growth and the extent of growth within the calendar year as well. So that's why we endeavoured to make a weekly cut. That wasn't always the case, so we recognise that and have tried to increase the frequency of our cuts to as many pitches as possible. And also, over the last 5 years as well, reduced the number of pitches we do cut to enable us to transfer the resource to more frequent cuts, because it was certainly the case that not all pitches were being used at any great frequency at all. Yeah, I think that answers the question. It will mulch down, basically, the grass. The quicker you can cut it, the better, generally. Last year was a good example. So last summer was as dry as a bone for much of the summer, and there was not an issue at all because the grass pretty much wasn't growing for much of the summer. But as soon as it does get wet, then it grows quite fast, and that's where the challenge begins, really.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Just in regards to the call-off of the pitches, I suppose a bit of a vested interest in it. It was one of my rugby club's women's team for their first game of the season was cancelled on the Friday, and they play on a Sunday, which gives... And come the Sunday, it was actually almost a perfect day for fast-flowing, dynamic sport, and we had 40 girls unable to play. What greater propensity can there be for those decisions to be made closer to the time by the referee rather than the ground staff or the officials that go around and inspect the parks? I trust what you said earlier, they do go and inspect every single park, not just make a blanket decision.
Well, I mean, during the week they'll have been cutting the grass, so they'll have an idea of the current condition of each pitch. So on Friday, it's essentially looking at the prevailing weather conditions and using the forecasts that we have. We don't have staff operating on a weekend, so if we were to make a closer call on, say, the Saturday morning or the Sunday morning, then we would need staff in at the weekends to enable us to do that, and we need quite a lot of staff in various parts of the city to be able to do that, probably to the speed that most clubs were looking for.
So, Convener, as our club is one of the clubs with key owning responsibilities, therefore that decision would probably be a lot easier for the club to make independently without having to trouble council officials on a Sunday morning.
Yes, I'm sure that would be the case. There has been situations in the past, though, where it's been left to clubs that they have taken a decision to play on the pitches because they were very keen to play on the pitches, understandably, and that caused significant damage, and then the pitches are out of operation for quite a bit of time afterwards. It's really trying to find the balance between the longevity or the long use of the pitches and the immediate needs of clubs, and I don't think we've quite found that balance yet.
Is there any other? Oh, sorry, Councillor. Work.
Thank you. Subbing for Councillor Howie. No, it is interesting because I have seen some photographs of the damage done by tractors. You know, when the ground has been sodden, it's been raining for so long. And I just wondered if, well, two things. One is, are we convinced that the drainage is fine? Because I know that sometimes, improving the drainage could help. But also, is there a possibility, and I know it would take a lot longer, but is there a possibility of using hand mowers that wouldn't cause damage if a ground is really sodden, but the grass needs cut? You know, it is a difficult decision to make. If the grass needs cut, it needs cut. But if the ground is really soft, you know, just ways of trying to stop damage. Thanks.
The issue of drainage, I mean, most of our pitches don't have any drainage as such. They are public parks in the main. Some of the recreational grounds will have more drainage because they've been invested in over the years. In terms of hand mowers, again, it would be a resource issue. I mean, we'd need a lot of staff and a lot of time to do that. So everything is feasible. We could have wonderful pitches across the city. It really depends to what level of investment the council is willing to make in those pitches.
I mean, we passed a motion on this, so I was adamant that we are acting on it. We're not simply asking how things are done. We were asking what we were going to do as a result of the motion. So, and in that respect, I did find the executive summary slightly unhelpful in that it just did appear to state what was happening at the moment. And but when I read the report, I was heartened because there is, I mean, the problem with the keyholder policy might be lack of knowledge, and so certainly this will have heightened the profile of it and make people realise that they can ask for the keyholder policy. So, but also the fact that, you know, we have the machinery renewal and also the money to do it. It gave me some hope that we were looking at an improvement. So on the basis that can we agree these recommendations and also, however, continue to look at the situation? Yeah? Councillor Doggett, look at you. Okay, agreed.
Item 8.3 is Council Company's Edinburgh Leisure Annual Performance Report 2018-19. The report is by the Executive Director for Communities and Families, and David Bruce will speak to the report.
I'll just take a very brief couple of minutes, Convener, if you don't mind. I hope colleagues in the committee will recognise that this report reflects a significant contribution that Edinburgh Leisure continue to make to the health and well-being of the people of Edinburgh. And I hope that people will recognise that despite the challenges, Edinburgh Leisure continues to meet and exceed its targets in relation to some of the KPIs that we set for it. However, what the report does also acknowledge is that there is a changing environment in which we're all having to operate, and as part of that changing environment, would like to review the way that we support our relationship with Edinburgh Leisure, including asking the committee to accept a recommendation that Edinburgh Leisure come to this committee and report on a more regular basis, and particularly and specifically on issues that the committee would feel would be of importance to them. The first of those has already been agreed by committee, which is that we're going to ask Edinburgh Leisure to come to the next committee with a report on its commitment to supporting the Council's ambitions around tackling the impact of poverty, particularly in relation to our child poverty action plan. But we have some other recommendations that are maybe set out in the next steps section, which are that we want to work and continue to work with Edinburgh Leisure in addressing the financial pressures that the Council faces. We want to establish a new service level agreement with Edinburgh Leisure, which allows us to be a bit more specific about the key performance measures that we would want to align with our annual funding. Other than that, Chair, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? Councillor Staniforth.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, David, for your report. I wonder if a quarterly report is really necessary. We have 5 councillors on the board, 1 from each political party, so we have actually quite a lot of scrutiny of Edinburgh Leisure. I think we can always ask them to present a report when we have something to ask them, as we have next committee. But I point out that this committee only meets something like 6 times a year. A quarterly report means 4 out of 6 committees we'd be getting a report from Edinburgh Leisure. It just strikes me as a little bit excessive. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, I suppose my first comment in response to your own comment is that it's about the relationship the Council has with the elected members, as opposed to elected members serving as trustees on the Edinburgh Leisure Board. I think there's a dynamic there that's worth exploring. So when you, as a trustee of Edinburgh Leisure Board, are in attendance at that meeting, you're not scrutinising the operation of the organisation as an elected member. Maybe I'm misrepresenting that, but my sense is that there's some discussion that would be required, and the proposal that I was making, the recommendation that's contained in this report, was about this committee and elected members of this council being better informed more regularly by an organisation that we fund in relation to the impact of that funding. I understand that clearly there is a significant level of political investment in the board of Edinburgh Leisure, but up until this point today, the history of reporting is that you get 2 reports a year, one which is a report on the performance of the previous year, and the next report is asking your support for a financial commitment for the next year. And all I was trying to suggest is that it might be helpful for councillors to have a specific report from Edinburgh Leisure about what that organisation, in partnership with the council and others, is doing to help achieve our shared ambitions. And an example would be a very specific report about Edinburgh Leisure's commitment to addressing child poverty. We could ask Edinburgh Leisure, for example, to have a conversation about a report on a very specific contribution they're making to the sport and physical activity strategy, about pricing and charging, or whatever it might be. That was what the intention was about. The regularity of that, if that's a concern, that's a decision that you'll make today. But I'm not entirely sure, and maybe it's my misunderstanding, I'm very sorry if that is the case. I suppose I'd be interested in other elected members in the sense that they get that level of reporting, as opposed to members who find themselves as also being trustees on the board of Edinburgh Leisure.
So, well, yes, before we go any further, if this is all on the same subject, I also think that 4 times a year might be a bit much. So I would think 6 monthly would be plenty.
If I can just come back on something David said, I think it is fair to say that when you're sitting as a trustee on the board, you are wearing a slightly different hat. You're there to act in the best interests of the board and the company. But obviously, we are on that board because we are elected members, that therefore there is an element of elected member scrutiny via our presence on that board. So while the technicalities around it are a bit complicated, I would say that there is an element of elected member scrutiny because elected members are on that board. I think that is fair to say.
You do it.
No, I just wanted to clarify. It is very different in terms of governance. I said, and Councillor Mitchell said on the Capital Theatres Trust, but we're very aware that when you sit there as, with that interest in mind, and then you have to remove that hat, put it away, and put on a different one. So,
Councillor Mitchell, would you want to come in?
Oh, thank you, Convener. Thank you very much for the report. I was just wanting to query, maybe, the recommendations, because it's an annual report, in terms of what Edinburgh Leisure's been up to. Should this maybe also go to GRBV for a wee peruse?
Sorry, Convener. I think these go to GRBV as a matter of course anyway. Certainly in other arm's-length organisations, they go to the relevant executive committee and then on to GRBV. But maybe David and I can just check that after the meeting. If
it's just because in the next report, obviously, it's noted as going to that committee, and it isn't on this one. So I just thought I would flag it.
We can double-check that, Convener.
Councillor Osler.
Thank you, David. I just wanted to ask, I suppose this is might be a question for the Director of Place. Obviously, we have other ALIOs and we have other service levels agreements. And what is the requirement for them? Because the concern I have about endless reporting is, as we've had with motions and bits and pieces, nothing prevents the Education Committee asking for something. Nothing prevents us from asking Leisure to provide information. I'm slightly worried about just having information for the sake of it. We have an extremely full agenda for culture and community, and quite frankly, having had a fantastic deputation this morning from Community Justice and bits and pieces, I would like to see a chance being given to other areas of our remit that we don't necessarily have so much, to hear from all the time, that we get more provision from them. So I would like a consideration of what do we expect from others and have a kind of equal playing field?
It's generally, Convener, it's an annual report from ALIOs. So, for example, Transport for Edinburgh and the transport organisations, so Transport and Environment, or Capital City Partnership to Housing Economy and Fair Work. So they tend to be annual, and to follow Councillor Mitchell's point, they then are often remitted. I think it's usually the case, if not always the case, that they're remitted onto GRBV for a further scrutiny. So it tends to be annual. I'm not aware of any that are more than annual.
Councillor Doggett.
Yeah, I was on the same point. They are set up as ALIOs for a purpose. And when we appoint elected members to act as directors or trustees, whichever the case may be, we're charging them with specific responsibilities to undertake the scrutiny of that organisation. Not as elected members, I get that, but they have a very clear responsibility. And much as I love scrutiny, I think we can go over the top. I think the key point in terms of what David said, though, was that if the ALIO is not carrying out the duties delegated by the City of Edinburgh Council in an appropriate manner, then we do have elected members to ensure that that is the case, and that's not a matter of political creed. That's just a matter of individual responsibility carrying out the role. So I wouldn't necessarily want to see something coming back on a regular basis. I think we've got the structure set up. Unless there is a plan to start bringing ALIOs back under council control, I would really be reluctant to add anything more to what's already been carried out.
So you're saying annually is fine? Yes. Councillor Mitchell.
Sorry, I forgot to make one. Thanks, Convener. I forgot to make one point just about Edinburgh Leisure. Since a wee while ago, we started getting our quick hello from Beverley. I can't remember which specific trustee requested that happen for us, but we get these internal newsletters, which have actually been very interesting to receive. I know that doesn't give us the opportunity to ask questions or whatever, but it is interesting to receive those little newsletters that we get every so often.
So, and I want to apologise, June, you're sitting very patiently in the back there for quite a long period of time, Chief Exec of Edinburgh Leisure, and we're not ignoring you, it's just aware you're there. I think we're getting somewhere here, and I think we're going back to annually is fine. I think there was a slight feeling that when the report first came forward, it was kind of done in the third person a wee bit, and so it should very much be the council, a council report. So as long as it's a report that the council has ownership of, and that it comes forward as a council report, I think we'd be happy that it was once a year. Yeah, Councillor Stanford.
Just perhaps add to that that we may request further reports on an ad hoc basis should there be a specific issue we want to address.
As we have done. So, is that agreed then? So, noted. Thank you.
Item 8.4 is Capital Theatre's Company Performance Report 2018-19. This is a report by the Executive Director of Place, and we have Lindsay Robertson and Duncan Hendry to present the report.
Just a couple of things. Capital Theatres obviously evidently continues to perform very strongly across programme, community engagement, business development, finance. I also wanted to mention in relation to the appendix and the targets for last year that we included the King's and the HLF application programme, which was a mechanism to allow us to monitor the early progress of that. And we've noted it as unsuccessful last year, but it has progressed to success this year, and I'm sure Duncan can fill us in with anything on that, and that in future we would expect to be reporting anything to do with revenue relationships and capital relationships separately. Duncan's obviously here to briefly review the year for you, with you, and we're obviously happy to answer any questions after that.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Convener. I shall very briefly take you through the year. You'll be pleased to hear, no doubt. We've had a very good year, as Lindsay said, in the 2018-19 year, a record year in some ways, in that we had more people coming through our theatres than ever before. Over 500,000 people bought tickets to come to our shows. We put on 648 performances through the year, so almost 2 a day through the year. We work almost every day of the year. I think we have Christmas Day and New Year's Day off, and that's about it. So the theatres are busy. We also do a lot of learning and participation events, something like 295 in the last year, and 70 of our performances were accessible performances, so either signed, audio described, or captioned. Our turnover for the year was over 17 million for which is the highest we've ever had, and for the 8th year in a row, we've had a small surplus for the year. This was partly down to there was 2 particularly big shows in the year. We had War Horse at the beginning of the year for 4 weeks, and Les Miserables towards the end of the year for 4 weeks, which influenced those figures. So I should say that the current year's figures will not be, the turnover won't be what it was last year in the current year. However, we are still expecting to show a positive return for the year. We do a huge amount of learning and participation work. Particularly proud of the relaxed performances that we put on for children with special needs, and we've had a 3 or 4 year programme of dementia friendly
work looking at what makes performances dementia-friendly and what makes our venues dementia-friendly. So that's an ongoing project that we're working on, and we're just starting a project this year working with Care Experienced Young People, which is funded by Creative Scotland, which will be running for the next 2 years or so. The other major piece of work that we've been involved with has been the King's Theatre, doing the design work for that and fundraising for it. The Stage 2 design work has been completed, and we're very happy with the designs that are coming through. The cost of that project is going to be 25 million. We've raised approximately 17 million at the moment. As Lindsay mentioned, we've recently had a successful Stage 1 National Lottery Heritage Fund application, which in itself provides £170,000 worth of funding to put on heritage activities over the next year. And that leaves us open to apply for a larger sum of about 1.7 million at the end of next year. So we're making some progress there. We're also awaiting the outcome of an application to the Scottish Government for 1.5 million of funding from them, which we're keeping our fingers crossed about. Of that 17 million that's been raised, 6 million of that is coming from our own resources, mainly from a £1.50 levy that we have in our tickets. It's been building up over the last 8 to 10 years or so, and also because of our general positive financial performance over the last few years. So the King's is scheduled to close in September 2021 for about 85 weeks. Will reopen before the International Festival in 2023. As I say, the current year has been more challenging because of the lack of a blockbuster show such as the ones I mentioned. However, we continue to have high quality work. In recent weeks we've had Carlos Acosta, the dancer at Festival Theatre. We had Cabaret musical there recently as well, and at the King's we've had a wonderful play called Prism and an Inspector Calls in recent weeks. So some strong programming, even though we haven't had those huge shows. So we remain positive about the current year and looking forward to next year, 2020 to 2021. We have a 6-week run of Phantom of the Opera coming to us, which is already selling well. So again, that year looks to be well set financially. That's really about all I've got to say, other than that there's more about this in our annual review rather, and there are copies over here if anybody hasn't seen them as yet. One final point is that this will be my last report to the committee because I'm retiring next month, so it'll be somebody new next year. But I'd like to thank all the committee members, councillors and officers for the support that they've given to both me personally and to the Trust over the last 8 years that I've been in charge. I think it's been a very positive and happy relationship, so thank you for that. Very happy to answer any questions.
I just wanted to say, firstly, congratulations. I really honestly wish my school reports had looked like this, because I probably wouldn't be here.
You'd be over there.
And many congratulations on all that you've personally achieved, and please pass on my thanks to everybody who's worked so hard to achieve this. The one thing, I don't mean to add a slight note of caution on it, I'm just interested obviously in one of the final targets being the support industry colleagues through the FST Step Up programme supporting 1B. I see you've highlighted that as a possible cause for concern for next year. I just wondered, having highlighted it and so on, you've said we anticipate a further mentor being trained at the end of 2019 to fill the gap. I wondered how you progressed with that, considering we're nearly at the end of 2019.
The FST have withdrawn that mentoring scheme or changed it so that the people who were delivering that lost a contract to do that, and there's a new person being appointed to deliver that training. I think we have 2 or 3, certainly myself, Brian Loudon, who's our Director of Operations. I think 1 or 2 others have been trained as mentors. So we are still acting as mentors to people around Scotland. I think that will continue. There's been a bit of a hiatus because of the change of the FST contract, but I'm sure that will continue.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thanks, Convener. Question and a point, if I may. Thanks very much for being here. Thanks for the report. Yes, I did declare an interest. So one, question, if I could. Having been at Capital Theatres, obviously, Festival City Theatres Trust beforehand, in terms of managing assets owned by the council, would you say the council, in your experience, has given you enough actual support in maintaining its assets? And do you think there could be more to help your successor?
It's a challenging question and a tricky one. We've, as I said earlier, we've had a very good relationship with the officers, and Lynn and Lindsay have always been very clear about what's happening in advance. So we're operating now with less subsidy than we were 8 years ago, much significantly less, but that's always been signalled well in advance. So we've had a chance to react to that. I think the subsidy level is down about 3% now, and it was about 17% back in 2010-11. So we're doing more of the work ourselves, if you like. And the subsidy per ticket has come right down. It's just over £1 per ticket as a subsidy. In terms of capital works, there's always lots to be done, and the King's project will be challenging. I think we've managed to keep the Festival Theatre in very good shape over recent years. We've done quite a lot of work there, replaced the carpets, refurbished the seats. Technically, we've done work backstage that you wouldn't be aware of, and dimmer racks and things like that, which are expensive. So the Festival Theatre is in very good shape. It's 25 years since it was established as the Festival Theatre back in 1994. But the King's needs a lot of work. We're at around about 17 million raised. We've got to get to 25, so that will be challenging. And the council have committed 4 million of that 17 that's been raised. Obviously, any further help that could be provided would be gratefully accepted, but we realise these are difficult times. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
And then just as well, just a quick point, if I could, I mean, I think Duncan's actually been very humble, and what we see at the board meetings, and just they're getting the history as well of what you've done. I mean, I'm familiar with the chairman of Aberdeen Performing Arts as well, and what Duncan did up there at His Majesty's, and just it's an absolutely, I'm just absolutely blown away when you came into Capital Theatres, or its previous version, where we got to now, and just the sterling reports that we've seen since we became trustees again as well, just a few years ago. We're just, it's all perfect, but it wasn't like that at all. And I just, absolutely incredible, Duncan. I think you've been very humble in saying, I'm just retiring now, after many, many years of graft, I think. And just everything that's going on inside the theatres as well. I think, as you've highlighted with the relaxed performances and the dementia training, I did the dementia training as well, convener, with some of the staff members, and it's really incredible the work that's going on there that you don't always necessarily see. You go and attend a wonderful show and don't actually realise what's happening sometimes behind the office doors, the closed doors. So thanks.
I just add that there is a tremendous management team there who I inherited, and certainly quite a few of the problems had already been sorted before I got there, but I got the benefit of the people who'd sorted those in the year or so before I arrived. So there's a very strong management team there.
Councillor Staniforth.
I'm going to be really annoying and make a comment, not a question, but I too would like to congratulate you on 8 really successful years. As someone who acts a bit and knows quite a few performers, it's great that we live in a city with a thriving theatrical scene, and you have played no small part in that. I think you can be very proud. Thank you very much.
Well, that's pretty much exactly what I was about to say. So, but said it actually better. No, I think it's very unassuming of you to give that report in a way that actually almost plays down your role in this. And I would absolutely concur with everybody that has said that your role in this has been substantial. And since you took up office in 2012, your contribution has been immense and has made a huge difference. You've got a great team behind you, and that will be ongoing. But I would just like to thank you personally for your contribution, which has been well-motivated, energetic, and has really made a huge difference to our city's theatre. So thank you very much.
Item 8.5, Burns and Beyonds Festival 2020. There's a report by the Executive Director of Place, and David Waddle will speak to the report.
Thank you very much, Convener. This report provides an update on Burns and Beyond for 2020 and provides an update of last year's festival, which was the first one, and asks members to note approval of the award of £50,000 towards Burns and Beyond. This is the second year of supporting the festival, which very firmly meets the criteria of the city's event strategy around Tier 3 events that are created and are bespoke for the city. And this is a very good example of the work that's been done in that. The key findings from the first year are contained within Appendix 1 of the report. And this year's festival expands on last year's one, creating festival hubs in the assembly rooms, bringing in the Usher Hall as a key venue for the first time, while still maintaining kind of the popular elements from last year around the culture trail in which we invested and the Burns Supper. There are two big changes for this year, additions to the programme. The first one is the tie-in with Chinese New Year, which coincides with Burns Night for 2020. Won't be repeated for another 76 years. So there are a number of Chinese New Year events contained within the programme, both working with the Confucius Institute and the Chinese community in Edinburgh to celebrate the coincidence of these two events. The second element of it is the inclusion of a schools programme within there, which is thanks to a European-funded project called Culture United, which is a 3-year project worth over €400,000, which Edinburgh is in partnership with Leeuwarden in Friesland in the Netherlands, Oulu in Finland, and Dundalk in Ireland. And this project uses unique cultural events to create partnerships between culture and education within schools. So specifically for Edinburgh schools, 4 schools have applied to participate, or a number of schools applied to participate in the programme. 4 were selected. And they will be offered sessions on music and dance and spoken word, poetry and design to deliver workshops within the schools. And then at the end of it, they will all perform in a big Burns Supper and will be performing with each other. So a good, strong programme for the coming year in January. I hope you'll be able to attend some of it with us.
Okay, comments, questions? Councillor Rossler.
Thank you, and thank you very much indeed, David. It looks like a fantastic programme. I suppose my concern is regarding delegated authority. This is something we have a bit of an issue about. I don't have, I think what has actually been provided is extremely good. My concern, though, is in the executive summary, it states that it was awarded under delegated authority by the executive director of place following consultation with the convener and the vice convener. My issue that I have slightly with that is if there could have been consultation with the convener and the vice convener, I'm not entirely sure why a briefing note couldn't have been put around the rest of the committee. I do have a slight concern about these sort of issues. This is a very, very good funding that we're providing funding for, but I am concerned in how and why decisions are made behind this that actually excludes 9 other members of the committee that we are all part of, and I would just like to raise that as a point.
Paul, do you want to say anything about that?
Yes, I mean, the reason, I think I've highlighted in the report, the reason for the decision why it had to be taken at that time was that it didn't meet the deadline for September's committee. Generally, we would always ask our funders or the organisers to secure all the funding for the programme before we commit to ours. Essentially, it means that the programme that we've signed up to is going to be delivered rather than us signing up and then discovering part of it can't be delivered because the funding isn't in place. But certainly in future, we will endeavour to brief the members within the committee.
I take on board that point, but I suppose my query relates to the fact that I wasn't necessarily saying I could totally understand why it couldn't come to the September committee, but that doesn't mean to say there couldn't have been a briefing note that could have gone round, the rest of the committee to just make sure the fact that we knew what was happening, we were on board with it as well.
I very much take that point on board, and certainly I know that both David and Lynn speak to group spokespeople on a regular basis about committee business, and certainly given you've drawn this to our attention, it seems to me, if it's okay with the committee, that would be good custom and practice in the future to do that in these exceptional cases.
I agree, absolutely. Councillor Mitchell, did you want to say something?
No, I wasn't wishing to tread on Councillor Foster's toes. I just wasn't sure if she was going to necessarily accept that reason, because I feel like that wasn't necessarily answered. I mean, I think the point was that we just could have been sent an email or a quick phone call around or something like that to say, by the way, this decision is going to be taken.
Yes, I think, no, I got that and understood that. And, you know, this was like a happy thing, and couldn't really imagine that anybody was going to object to it. But nonetheless, it would be good practice if there are time constraints, and there's no reason why not, to circulate it around the committee. I very much agree with that.
Yeah, two things on that. While I understand your recognition that most of us would not accept it, I don't think you can assume that, convener. And I think the other thing to remember is actually this is a minority administration, and the convener and vice convener do not represent the majority of parties on this committee. So I think in good practice, in the political terms as well as administrative terms, it would be really good to have these things brought to committee. There's no reason why we could not have had an indication of what was going to happen brought to the September meeting, and it could have been approved by councillors to enable the Director of Place to make the decision. Burns celebrations are not a surprise. They tend to happen at the same time every year, but like Christmas. So we know what's happening. It shouldn't take us by surprise. All the details might not be penciled in. I think we're big enough to accept that, but I think it's also important to treat elected members with the respect that we are due.
I absolutely agree with that. Indeed, on previous occasions when delegate authority has been instituted, I have insisted that it come to the committee, even if just for information. Councillor Don.
Try it. Thank you. I agree. There's 88 primary schools in Edinburgh, and only 4 are being involved in this. And it's quite a large amount of money. I'm very disappointed that 4 schools. And I know it talks about a burn supper, but it's not a burn supper. It's a dance where they'll get a taste of haggis. So, you know, I really think there should be some more clarity on. There's a lot of events with a lot of large ticket sales here. £50 a ticket, £25 a ticket, £17 a ticket. So given our times and shortages, you know, there has to be a better balance in 4 out of 88 schools.
I would just clarify that. So the 408,000 is split across 4 partners across 3 years. So it's actually a much smaller amount of money that comes into Edinburgh. And part of the project was to deliver a meaningful programme to 4 schools within the city. We could spread it quite thinly across a number of schools, but being able to actually have the desired outcomes for it meant that it was necessary to do it with a smaller number. I have the details.
Is there clarity on what the actual, how these 4 schools were picked? And which ones are they? Are we allowed to know?
So through a creative learning team, it was an application form was sent out to all the schools across the primary schools across the city, and detailing what the project was and asking them to apply for it. And detailed within there, it wasn't just an indication of interest, it was quite a thorough application form about what would be the impact of this in your school, what do you see the benefits as being. I don't have the number of applications that came back, but I know that the schools that have been selected are Abbey Hill, St Joseph's, Kirstorfen and Flora Stevenson. So quite a diverse range of schools and across the city as well that's been selected.
This is not a question, just a brief comment. I was quite pleased to see that the mental health charity Tiny Changes was one of the selected recipients. It's something that's been kind of a theme through several of the other presentations that we've had today, but tackling mental health issues particularly in young people, is something that we're all aware of. So I was quite pleased to see that.
Convener, if I may, just add a point of clarification for Councillor Dorn, I forgot to add. The Burns Supper that is in here is a separate event to the one that's actually happening for the schools. It's an additional event that will be coming in as well.
Item 8.6 is Central Library Future Development. This is a report by the Executive Director for Communities and Families, and Paul McCluskey will present the report.
Thank you. Convener, I'd just like to start with sort of introductory remarks about the report and set it in context. Andrew Carnegie, I think everybody probably knows who Andrew Carnegie was, in a telegram to the Lord Provost of Edinburgh on the 27th of April 1886 stated, "There is one point upon all true Scotchmen are agreed, that no city in the world compares to Edinburgh. Edinburgh deserves a central library of the highest quality that matches or exceeds those in the UK and Europe. Edinburgh is one of a very small number of UK and European libraries never to have undertaken a major refurbishment. It's falling behind. As Scotland's capital, as the world's first city of literature, as winner of Best Library Service in the UK, we need an invigorated central library as an enduring beacon for not just present but future generations. A major challenge is poor accessibility. The building doesn't comply with statutory access requirements. Many areas are off limits to wheelchair users and extremely challenging for others. Public space is very limited. Only 35% of that building that you see on the corner of George IV Bridge is accessible for the public. The proposals would open that up to 95%. Doing nothing is very expensive and doesn't deliver best value. An example of this, we're about to outlay for scaffolding next year, not the first time we've done this for Central, to do some repairs. If you upgrade on a wholesale and transformational basis, it's much more cost effective in the long run, and you have more preventative maintenance rather than reactive. Funding is undoubtedly a challenge. Other central libraries such as Birmingham and Manchester have raised part of their funding through private donation. In the case of Birmingham, some £12 million was raised in that way. The project is likely to attract heritage lottery funding, and Historic Environmental Scotland and illicit buildings were consulted as part of the Bennett's feasibility design. At the heart of any library is the citizen. In the case of Central, this includes not only Edinburgh's citizens, but the people of Scotland and worldwide. This transformation is key to widening access and inclusion, to offering an outstretched welcoming hand for all, sparking discovery, creativity and imagination through the power of reading and learning for present and future generations. There's two recommendations at the top of the report. One is to note the challenges of the present building, and the second is to approve the establishment of an internal officer project team to explore the viability of developing an imaginative, accessible and engaging future for the city's central library. Thank you.
I was just going to say thank you very much indeed for taking the time to show us around the Central Library. I found it particularly fascinating to understand, you know, where the library has come from and where you would like the library to go to. So I wanted to thank yourself and the members of staff for taking the time to come and talk to us and to explain what it is and the challenges in particular you have moving more from a sort of physical sort of book related to much more of an e-service and so on as well, and the challenges that faces for the future. So many thanks to yourself and the members of staff for all their time and commitment.
Thank you. I'll pass that on.
Councillor Monish-Beacon.
Thank you, Paul. I'm aware that the library has been working together with some of our local social enterprises for some years now, and that's been quite a positive thing. So with that vision of being very much a people's library, a community space, can I ask that the engagement with our third sector, with social enterprises, be very much part of that program from the outset?
Amy, I can assure you that there's a whole series of conversations to be had about Central with lots and lots of organisations. And I know you might be referring to Out of the Blue. They currently have a presence in the building and have had for a number of years. But clearly, in developing a kind of vision for the library, you would have to have a lot of dialogue with a range of cultural and third sector and other organisations as part of that process.
Councillor Don.
Sorry, it's not a question, but I'll just jump in the bandwagon of everyone else. As a city centre councillor, I know just how much loved this building is and how important it is to our city. It is unfortunate that it is in a bad state and the access problems, so anything we can do that could help that is obviously vital to the city and to the residents who love this building so much.
It's worth, Councillor Drone, it's worth commenting that to improve the access, you have to do something quite radical with the building. There isn't space to perhaps put a double height, a double lift and so on. So the Bennett's proposal, which is really imaginative, I think, is to have an external lift with views of the old town. For those who aren't afraid of heights, certainly, but it's a marvellous proposal because every part of that building is accessible except the boardroom on the landing. There's no workaround to that, unfortunately. Thanks.
Any other comments? So I would also say that, when I first read this, when I started to read it, I was quite concerned because I wondered what the motivation was for it. And what eventually gave me comfort was the fact that you would be at the centre of it. And this is about where we take our libraries in the future and how we develop the essential facility that they offer for the city. And so I'm happy now that this is an attempt to take that forward with you at the centre. So on that basis, can we agree this report? And I'm sorry you had to sit there all this length of time to do that.
Item 8.7 is the tourism strategy consultation. There's a report by the Executive Director of Place, and Paul Lawrence will present the report.
Sorry, thanks, Convener. This strategy has been under discussion for quite a while, and obviously a number of members have sat on the Culture and Communities Working Group, which was formed as a joint working group between this committee, Housing, Homelessness and Fair Work, and Transport and Environment Committee. The report itself, or the strategy itself, has been developed by a partnership coming together, which is sometimes led by a strategy group chaired by the Council's Chief Executive, known as the Strategy Implementation Group. And the report is now on the Council's consultation hub for public engagement. It's in front of you today. And it's also being considered by the Council's Policy and Sustainability Committee in 2 weeks' time, and we'll go back to Policy and Sustainability Committee once the public consultation has been completed. I'm happy to answer any questions about the strategy, Convener, but just perhaps to add one thing. From a personal point of view, I think this is actually a very radical strategy. And that radicalism, I think, has come from actually all parties, not just from the council, but from the tourism industry themselves. And the radicalism, I suppose, stems from one big move. The previous or current tourism strategy for the city is broadly a strategy to encourage visitor numbers to come to the city, to get as many people here as possible for economic benefit, and to try and ensure that value comes to Edinburgh as opposed to any other destination. And so the current strategy is primarily a marketing and promotion strategy. This strategy is not a promotional strategy. This strategy is a strategy for destination management, for managing the impact of the visitor in the city rather than simply trying to get people here. Now, that's a very radical move. It's the same move that's been made in Amsterdam. It's the same move that's been made in Bruges. But as far as I'm aware, Edinburgh, if this strategy is approved, would be the first major UK city to move from that promotional approach to a destination management approach. That will mean in implementation a different role for the council, much more focus on public safety, on the impact of residents, on the kind of regulatory issues that have been discussed at this committee convener, but also at other committees of the council. But it'll also mean a change in the role of a wide range of other bodies as well. So I just want to emphasise that for members. This really is a bold and very different approach to a tourism strategy. It's the first I've seen like this in the UK. Obviously, members of the public and stakeholder groups will take a view on this, and as I say, that will then be summarised and brought back to Policy and Sustainability Committee in the new year. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you very much indeed. I know this is a very complicated thing because obviously this is going through several committees and our only remit in this to note what happens, but looking from a culture community point of view, I would just like to point out the thing that I probably am very disappointed in the actual strategy is under the sort of tourism in a changing world, and especially tourism in a changing city, I'm disappointed to note the second last point is tourism that works for all. From a culture and community point of view, I find it very disappointing that we're having that as a second last point, not front and centre, to actually say the important thing about tourism for the city is it has to work for everybody in it.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm here to necessarily defend the drafting of it, but I think it's a fair point. All I would say, perhaps, is that that section appears to particularly, I think, be about the role of the tourism industry in tackling economic and social inequality. The previous sections in that, for example, tourism in a place we call home, is bringing that stronger reference point to effectively the primary focal point of a tourism strategy should actually be on local people and local businesses rather than necessarily on the visitor. And as I say, that's that radical shift. That whole section, I suppose, should be read in its entirety to try and get that blend of what the strategy is trying to achieve.
Taking on board that comment then surely then it should be more front and centre at the beginning of the section rather than towards the end of it.
Yes, and convener, you know, this strategy is for consultation, so certainly happy for that to be minuted. And if you as a committee and individual members, others want to see some reordering, some rewording, you know, that's the point of the consultation phase.
Oh, Councillor Doran.
Thank you. I don't really care which page it's on. I'm just really delighted it's there. I just wanted to say a few words to welcome the strategy as a city centre councillor. Once again, the people of Edinburgh and the city centre have been calling for this for such a long time, and I know that they will welcome this wholeheartedly, that we are listening to them, and I know it's an unusual strategy. Even more so, I thank you that this is being done.
I just wanted to add, I was able to attend the Thundering Hooves 2.0 midpoint consultation, which had a huge range of stakeholders there. But what was really encouraging was to hear the people in the industry talking about putting people central, so that if we put people central and the city is a good place to live, then it will become a good place to visit. So in the past, the direction was, I think as Councillor Osler put, the direction was going the other way. This is start here with the people, and then those, you know, how does that fall into place? So I found that quite encouraging. And the other thing, and it hasn't yet been mentioned, but the issue of sustainability, and we're not just talking about sustainability of good quality jobs, we're talking about sustainability of the environment that we depend on. That is becoming much more central. And I'm we could always say that that could maybe be referenced more strongly or put that in the first paragraph or something, but I'm quite keen that it's in there.
Yeah, perhaps unsurprisingly, I want to ask a question about sustainability as well. I have to say, I think moving to destination management away from a focus on just growth is actually very good for encouraging a sustainable approach. But I was just wondering, how wide are we casting the net when we consider sustainability impacts? What I mean by that is, you could consider flights owing to people coming to the city to visit the city as part of the carbon impact of tourism, but you could consider it as part of the carbon impact of travel and sort of, in some ways, move that off the books. So I was wondering, how comprehensive are we going to be on this? How much of the carbon impact, of the wider impact of tourism, are we going to include when looking at sustainability?
It's a very good question. If you look in the relevant section of the report, which in the iPad, I think it's page 17 of the report, page 156 of the document pack, it talks about environment principle recommendations. And there are, some of these are fairly specific, but some of them are higher level. So, for example, if you look at the first one, establish a tourism sector-specific programme aligned with the City of Edinburgh Council's plans. And that's an important point because we've stressed, and this has been something that elected members have stressed to officers throughout this process, that this strategy needs to hear some of our wider plans, our economy strategy, our net carbon commitments, and so on. So that's that alignment is an important point. But it says a sector-specific programme to help contribute to the city's ambition to adapt to a low-carbon future should actually be a net zero carbon future, which is perhaps something we need to pick up. It doesn't then get into the specifics, and in each of these areas there are going to be an action planning process, which is talked about in the final page of the document. That's when I think some of the fine grain of the actions that we're talking about will be picked up. And, you know, there will be all sorts of stakeholders who will have all sorts of views on that. But those recommendations give, if you like, the chapter headings for individual action plans. They will follow as soon as the strategy is signed off.
Okay, so I'll make a comment as well, because I think this represents a journey. It's the start of the consultation, so people obviously will make their views known. But I do think it's worth mentioning that we've come quite a long way around on this to arrive at where the strategy, the consultation document now sits. And this committee has had a really strong hand in that. We created the Tourism and Communities Working Group, Short Life Working Group, specifically for the purpose of making sure that citizens' views were put to the fore in the strategy that we ended up with. And that has had a huge input into the generation of this strategy. And also it's come back to the Culture and Community Committee on several occasions, and we've had a huge input into it. And you can get the wrong impression, as indeed I did several times, with the way that this has been organised and brought forward. And, well, whether it's the wrong impression or the right impression, but because it seems to have a very industry bias in the way that it has been brought forward and organised. But if you look to the actual strategy itself, it's quite clear, as we have demanded over and over again, that the citizen is at the heart of what's coming forward. So that is now clear in the consultation document, and I think that we as a committee should take some credit for that. Councillor Nishmigan.
Just one final thing for all the rapt viewers at home, that the consultation closes on the 30th of November. So I'm sure probably all of us on the committee have had a chance to have input, but any community groups that you're speaking with over the next week or two to try to really get, because we know that sometimes people feel there's an overload of consultations, but I think this one is quite key for the city, so encourage as many people as you can.
Is that agreed?
Item 9.1 is Internal Audit Communities and Families, Safer and Stronger Communities, Historic Audit Actions. We have Shirley McLaren to present on this item. This is a referral from the Governance, Risk and Best Value Committee.
We're just sending the report to say that all the internal audit actions for CCTV across the city have been carried out and actioned.
So, can we note that? Excellent. Thank you. How long did you have to wait to say that?
Next item is 10.1 motions, and this is a motion by Councillor Staniforth on Edinburgh's Christmas, and there's a Conservative group amendment.
If you will indulge me, I think we should wait a moment for Councillor Osler to return before we begin discussing this item.
So I could do a quick rendition of the address to the haggis.
How quick?
More productively, we could talk about the internal audit report that's missing, which was brought to our attention by Councillor Doggett.
Yes, this is the Internal Audit Localities Operating Model. It was a referral from GRBB, and at the last committee we agreed to continue consideration to today. It has been missed. Apologies for this. It will come back in January, which is 28th next year.
I think we are going to have to resort to the address to the haggis. Seriously, do you want to do that? 5-minute comfort break? Yeah, let's do it. think we're back in.
Just a reminder, we're on 10.1, which is a motion by Councillor Staniforth, which is Edinburgh's Christmas, and that the Conservative Group amendment has been circulated.
So, first of all, is the amendment being accepted?
I'm not accepting the amendment in full. I would be happy to accept parts D and E, which introduce 2 points 5 and 6. I don't think that contradicts anything that comes before in my original motion, and I think they're quite reasonable points. Shall I propose my motion with that addition now, convener? Very well. The reason I'm not accepting the other points in it, which change points 3 and 4, is because although I acknowledge that this task may prove impossible to complete within the time, and I would point out that while I wanted to be stronger on this, I was advised that for legal reasons we could not insist it be moved, but that we should consult and see if it can be moved and what options we have. So if it proves impossible, it won't be done. However, I think it sends a very clear message if we insist that it be looked into, that we will not put up with this behaviour. And the same is true of point 4 as well. I think it's harder, and we should send a hard message to Underbelly that, frankly, they have been treating this committee, this council, this city and its people with contempt. I don't think anyone could have seen the questioning earlier where they evaded our questions and not see a degree of contempt that should not be held. The people should decide what happens in Princes Street Gardens. As representatives of the people, we should be further consulted on what happens in Princes Street Gardens. We should not have sprung on us a sudden extension of the Christmas market that none of us knew about before it was all over Twitter. You know, that is unacceptable behaviour, and I think the first 4 points of this motion, unamended, send the strongest message that that is unacceptable behaviour from our contractees. So I propose this motion with those additions, but with points 1 to 4 unamended.
Okay, so we need a seconder for that.
We need to have it all read out. Thank you, convener. Second Alex's motion, and while I reiterate what Alex said, what I would like to say is that given that we met with Underbelly this morning and the subsequent exchanges that we had, I find it remarkable that they have failed to acknowledge the feeling in the city. I mean, you basically feel like saying to them, wake up and smell the zeitgeist. This is not acceptable behaviour. I feel that they've disrespected us and they have disrespected the city, and the city feels that too. It's not really difficult to discern that. People are extremely upset by this. I think one of the other issues that we've had is that when initially it did hit Twitter and there were huge outcry about that, they continued to make mistakes. They did not learn from that experience and continued to make mistakes, knowing when doing that every single mistake they made would be amplified on social media. They learned no lesson from that and basically just kept disrespecting everybody and everybody's feelings. It's not Underbelly's city to own and operate as they wish. And I think, as Alex has said, our motion gives a very strong message that we won't tolerate that kind of behaviour, and they can't merely turn up and do what they like. Thank you.
The amendment then?
And that would be me, convener, thanks. I think, just in kicking off, I think what I have tried to do with this amendment and working with Councillor Doggett as well with this, and looking at what's already gone from GRBV and is going to policy and sustainability, is to try and achieve a similar, but I think a more practical outcome, or I go about it in a more practical way, essentially. I think point 1, I mean, that's factual, that's happening already. 8.2, indeed, that's a fact as well. And I just think after that, I don't think that what is... I don't necessarily see how, in terms of the urgency and what you're asking for, in terms of what, Councillor Staniforth is asking for, Convener, isn't going to be achieved through my amendment, but in, I believe, a more practical way of going about it. I'm actually I realise that the urgency of this in terms of getting the information sooner rather than later may not be achievable. So, indeed, if an additional cycle were required to ensure, because I'm aware as well that we already... I'm going to be going all over the shop. I do beg your pardon, Convener, and please do stop me if I keep going on. From the briefing that came out around when this sort of controversy kicked off, essentially, in the briefing note that we got about it, it recognised the meeting that took place in the summertime, the information that we had then, and I think we're all aware from those discussions anyway that there's going to be a planned consultation about the use of the gardens and indeed how the Edinburgh's Christmas and Hogmanay is staged in future beyond the extension of this contract, which was done under delegated authority, and indeed the additional information again that was supplied to yourselves and unfortunately again not including other members of the committee at a later stage. I think again in terms of trying to find other hard standing, especially if it's an urgent case, I don't think that it's actually going to be achievable at all. I think we've got to be realistic about what's actually possible, given the legalities of it, given the financial impact on the council, on the culture department, which are, I believe in taking social media with a bit of a pinch of salt, to be honest. One suggestion that Councillor Staniforth put in was on Castle Terrace. Where is that supposed to be exactly? Is it supposed to be on the road? Is there a TRO? Is there a TTRO? Is it supposed to be on the car park, which we lease out and income is received from that? Or is it supposed to be where the market is taking place? Is it supposed to interrupt people's homes right on the doorstep? If it moves along to the East End, are we going to be interrupting people's homes and businesses there as well? We've already lost the ice rink on St Andrew Square based on businesses objecting to that. And if you're trying to then move it to a different park around the city, are you going to bring it to Inverleith Park? I think Councillor Oster and I would feel very strongly about that. Pilrig Park, Councillor Ray would feel very strongly about that, I'm sure, as indeed would yourself, Vice Convener. I think we've got to look at the practicalities in that sense and trying to, respond in a sort of what's seemingly actually quite an opportunistic way by certain members of this council is not the right approach to do, especially given that I think the consultation will open up a good and actual, rather than just what is select in our inboxes or indeed in our social media feeds, a formal way. The consultation in future, which will come forward, will give that opportunity. And indeed, I think what I've highlighted here is that I think the horse is bolted already. As long as all the safety checks are appropriately done, as highlighted in the amendment, by building standards and public safety, I think we already know if this is not safe, it cannot open, and it will not be able to go ahead, or at least in the time frame that they're wishing to go ahead with it. That's a fact. I think this is actually probably a very good example of not best practice and lessons that are being learnt here, both by the council, senior officials, and indeed the way in which Underbelly, who is quite a well-known partner of the council for, I think that's a positive description, has been acting. And indeed, we sadly haven't been supplied with all the additional information. I think one of the key things here, the mistake that was done with the scheme of delegation, unfortunately, I'm sorry, Executive Director Place, but with the Executive Director Place and the decisions that were taken in consultation with senior members of the council, and I think that will be teased out in the report that's going to P&S, and that will be looked at. That's the important thing. I think it's not necessarily that it's taking place again in Princess Street Gardens. I think it's the lack of information that came forward and the way the decision was taking place. It was unfortunately taken by somebody who is not technically accountable to the electorate in the way that we are, or indeed yourselves, Convener and Vice Convener. And I think that is one of the more crucial points here to be looked at. I believe that the amendment that Councillor Doggett and I are putting forward is the practical and more sensible way to go about this, rather than, a reactionary thing, which I think certain councillors have done. I am not saying I think I've noted again that we do regret the actions that have been taken by certain individuals. I do not condone the lack of planning permission, but again, this is all to do with, again, the scheme of delegation, which is going to come forward. Again, and the crucial point for our remit of our committee is looking at the options going forward, I believe, how best to resolve it in future, ensure it does not happen again, because it should not happen again, in my view. And I hope that the committee will indeed support this. I think that, again, having all the information, having and any additional information that will come from the consultation, again, sorry I'm repeating myself, will be very important in shaping what our, one of our most famous and well-used green spaces is actually for and how we would like to use it in future. I'm very sorry for rambling, but I move the amendment.
Thank you, Convener. I think there are obviously two things that we need to look at. One is backward-looking, which is addressing how we have ended up in this situation, which is totally unsatisfactory. As a member of GRBV, I'm fully aware of the request that has gone for the report to come to policy and sustainability. However, let's note two things under the scheme of delegation. It should be referred to elected members if there is any reputational risk to the Council. I think it is safe to say what we have seen in newspaper columns, what we have seen on social media, whether you take account of it or not, suggests that the reputation of the Council has been severely damaged. In addition to that, if there's a significant impact on a particular ward, then ward councillors should be informed. As far as I'm aware, ward councillors were not informed. Councillor Doran will be able to speak to that for herself. So, in a sense, we're not here to judge what has happened before. That is for others to look at. However, in the briefing that was issued to councillors last month at my request, what was clear in that is that the information regarding the footprint that Underbelly were planning was known in advance, because it said in the briefing that was not shared with members of this committee. So, therefore, it had to have been known. If that's not the case, then the intention within the briefing is, and the wording in the briefing is wrong, which again is not very helpful. Things going wrong in the Council, who would have thought it? However, let's start looking forward. We are where we are. We're not going to stop it, no matter what we think, because of the realities of the situation we're in. So let's start looking for next year. I think what we need to make sure is that the mistakes that have taken place in how this has been handled, how it's been communicated to councillors, how it's been communicated to the residents, particularly of the city centre, but not just the city centre, of the whole city, must be reviewed. And that's the purpose of point 6 in our amendment. It's essential that the Director of Place provides a report to the next meeting, setting out what we currently know about Edinburgh's Christmas 2020. We need a full breakdown, a full understanding, and dare I go further and say if this has to be a standing item on our agenda until we have full plans for Edinburgh's Christmas 2020, then so be it. Because I, for one, am not prepared to be played as a fool, A, by Underbelly, B, by anyone else. The responses that we got this morning, actually, we didn't get responses this morning. It was evasion, distraction, a glossy brochure designed to try and put us off asking difficult questions. No more. No more. The people of this city deserve better than that. And because of that, we need to have paragraph E, as we've amended into the motion. And I support Councillor Mitchell's amendment.
Other contributions? Councillor Osler.
I'd like to obviously thank Councillor Senna for bringing forward this motion to begin with. I will actually be supporting the Tory motion, the Conservative motion, amendment to the motion, mainly because I think we have to sort of look very, very carefully that this isn't just an issue of Underbelly. There is an issue across the board to do with this. We had a conversation earlier about talking about Edinburgh Leisure coming back and reporting us 4 times a year as an ALIO. We do seem to have a very sort of mixed thought towards who, where, why, what should be reporting to us you know, and I do think it's fundamentally important that this is actually looked into properly so that we take on board the issues that have actually developed from this and we can learn from it when we move on. Because I, for one, do not want this to be a recurring issue. And it is absolutely fundamental that we you know, really, really look hard at this and sort it out properly. But also, we wear this for this year. This is our fault. This is all of our fault. In as it stands, you know, and we will just have to wear that for this year, and next year we will have to do much, much better.
Are there any other contributions? Councillor Don.
Thank you, Convener. I think I've made myself very clear over the last few years of this isn't just a problem for this year, it's a problem every year for the residents of the city and how we use our Princes Street Gardens. This has been brought to my attention so many times I've lost count. I'm disappointed I can't support your motion, Councillor Stylesforth, but I do think it would be impractical to try and go forward at this stage and drag everything down legally, etc. Would be detrimental to the council as it stands at the moment. But I so welcome this consultation. It is going to be vital for the continuing use of our parks and our green spaces. Princes Street Gardens has been made very clear by everyone in this city that you speak to, how its importance. It's important not just to the city centre, but to everyone. It plays a part in everyone's life. And this Princes Street Gardens should be accessible to everybody at all times. And it's very disappointing that we find ourselves once again this year in a very disappointing place. And I hope this consultation will make sure it doesn't happen again.
Any other contributions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Campbell.
We've just had a look at a document that talks about how tourism should serve the city. And if we're bringing people into the city at Christmas to shop, then we need to be bringing them into an area where we have shops, and where that people going to the Christmas market are also going to be going to the shops. And we all know the pressure on the high street at the moment. If we want to keep a high street shops, we have to be bringing shoppers into that area. And I think for that reason, we really need to use the park, but we need to use it in a way that, it serves the city. And I really think I've got some personal issues with the way things have gone today. I feel Underbelly have to serve the city and serve this committee rather than us serve them and accommodate them with everything. So I think there's a need for a balance here. I think there's a need for keeping it where it is, where it's most useful to the city and for the economy. But also, going forward, we need to look at how the available space and the available use of the park is all we can offer. We can't offer more than is there, or try to make more space out of what's not there. And we have to be careful that as a city we don't try to over-accommodate a situation that causes this kind of problem in the future. I think we need to use the park and use the facilities, the gardens properly, and at the same time use it to boost the economy of the local shops and to use tourism, the Christmas tourism, to help the city.
So I was going to say something myself as well, if nobody else is waiting to come in. A couple of things. One, I think I agree with Councillor Dogger. I actually agree with everything that's been said, and I actually support the motion and the amendment. It's just a question of how you go forward. And but I do want to say, I think it was our idea to have the consultation, and that was really it was the only condition in which we could envisage extending the contract. We have a root and branch consultation on what Edinburgh people want by way of Christmas and Hogmanay. So this consultation must do that. So the amendment is very clear about laying out the possibilities So that's not to say that anything's going to be ruled out. It is to say that we don't start from a blank sheet of paper. We need to actually give people options. They need to know what's possible when we're going forward. But the key thing here for me, certainly, is this idea that the consultation is, we're long past time to ask the citizens of Edinburgh exactly what they want by a winter festival. And the opinions that are coming out now very clearly show that this is the right time to be doing this. And of course, events have actually exacerbated that. But there is a clear view that we need to take a close look at what we do going forward. And the idea that we have a full consultation, and I want to say once again that it was our demand that that be the case. And also, to this flippant comment by me earlier, and I want to make it absolutely sure that I don't agree with devolved decision making. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't like it. And certainly it was me that it was us that demanded that that be brought forward, albeit with an emergency motion to the Culture and Communities Committee. That was not part of the devolved decision-making process, but we insisted that that, at the very least, be the case. So that's why it came. But anyway, so just in case anybody thinks that I'm defending devolved decision-making, not the case. Don't like it. Think we should do it as seldom as possible. And but also to give people the assurance that the consultation will be a real one, and we'll take everything into consideration. And we will start that as soon as possible. And of course, the actual process for all of this is going to the Policy and Sustainability Committee.
I was just going to comment that I take on board what Councillor Mitchell was saying about, there's some passionate voices. What's really intriguing to me, as somebody who actually did their MSc dissertation on Christmas in Scotland, it's something that we all feel passionately about, and so that's why I'm really keen that this public consultation that we're going to be doing, which was agreed by the committee in June, is going to be really in-depth, is going to be really across the city, and is really going to engage. And we do have, a commitment on that. So I think that we need to be learning the lessons from this Christmas, but also making sure that all of those options are very clearly and expressed to the people, and that we allow them to come back to us and say what kind of Christmas that the people of the city want.
Summing up then.
Well, I'd like to say, Convener, that while we are about to have a division, I don't think the committee is all that divided on this. I've accepted points D and E of the Conservative motion, therefore I accept pretty much everything Councillor Doggett said about that point 6 that it would add. Our disagreement is merely on how to go about it, how to approach it right now. I would say that there is no suggestion in the original motion of cancelling the Christmas market. I think the way it is written precludes that. There's certainly no suggestion either of putting it into green space that's outside of the city centre, or indeed moving it from the city centre. So I think our disagreements on this are relatively minor, considering the extent of debate we've had. I think there is general agreement on the committee that Underbelly have not behaved appropriately in not seeking planning permission and in not consulting much with anyone over their plans. And so I think I'm about to go down in flames and have my motion amended, but I just want to, within this committee, I think there's no hard feelings on that, and I think we are all actually relatively united.
Okay, we'll go to the vote then. So the motion by Councillor Staniforth, seconded by Councillor Ray, is as circulated, but accepting D and E of Councillor's amendment as circulated. And the amendment by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Doggett, is as circulated. Can I have all those voting for the amendment, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 9 for that. And for the motion, please? 2. So the amendment's carried.
Okay, that takes us on to
10.2 is the motion by Councillor Ray on the Bingham Cup.
Thank you, Convener. As discussed earlier, we are currently withdrawing that motion. There have been health issues with our Bingham Cup bid people, so if possible, we would like to return in January, where they will then bring a delegation and show us a film about the Bingham Cup. I hope that's acceptable to committee.
I think rather than withdrawing, we're continuing it. We're still going to have it, but next one cycle off. Put back a cycle. Agreed?